So I'm going to ask those who are walking about if you could find your positions as we are about to begin. And so on behalf of the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to Research Day 2026. Today yes, round of applause. Yes, today we gather under the theme, such a timely and significant theme, advancing resilient and sovereign food systems through research, innovation, and disaster risk reduction. And so to begin, I invite us to stand for the playing of the national anthem. Please remain standing as we invite Reverend Dr. Gajor, Senior Lecturer in the Faculty of Food and Agriculture.
Let us pray. Gracious and eternal God, creator of all wisdom and source of all knowledge, we gather today with grateful hearts on this research day at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. We thank you for the gift of curiosity, the ability to question, to discover, and to learn. We acknowledge, O God, that all truth begins and ends with you. For you are the author of wisdom and the giver of understanding. Lord, we thank you for this institution and its mission to nurture minds, cultivate innovation, and prepare individuals to serve our nation and the wider world. We give you thanks for the lecturers, researchers, students, and administrators who dedicate their time and energy to the pursuit of knowledge and the advancement of society. Today, as research is presented and ideas are shared, we ask that you bless every presentation, every project, and every grant clarity of thought to the presenters, attentiveness to the listeners, and inspiration to all who participate. May the work showcased here not only expand knowledge, but also contribute to the solving of real problems, strengthening communities, and improving lives. So God, as this college stands at the intersection of agriculture, science, and education, we pray that the research conducted here will help care for the earth, sustain our environment, and promote sustainability and development. May innovation emerge that support farmers, strengthen food security, and advance scientific understanding for the good of humanity. We also pray, God, for integrity and excellence in all scholarly work. May research be conducted with honesty, diligence, and commitment to truth. Let collaboration flourish, and may this day inspire future inquiries, new partnerships, and ideas. So we ask, Lord, that you bless this gathering. Bless every mind that seeks knowledge and every hand that works together for discovery. May this research day ignite passion, deepen understanding, and remind us that learning is a sacred responsibility. We therefore, Lord, dedicate this day to you, and ask that all that is said, shared, and discovered will ultimately bring glory to your name and benefit to humanity. We pray all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Dr. There is a slight adjustment to a program our president is not yet here, and so we will move to the musical service from the case band. Put your hands together for them.
So tied to the relationship. My head is made songs of freedom, redemption. It's just oh, have no words of it. How long shall I get over? While it's satisfied and oh, something.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will have greetings. And the greetings will, we'll have welcome and opening remarks by our President, Dr. Derek Deslandes. Let's have him.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Research Day 26 case. As most of you know, or should know by now, that case has pivoted and is now firmly focused on adding to the body of research that exists, but also most importantly, bringing together research in the areas that we are strong. But before I even go there, and one of the reasons why my special guest, or guest speaker, is here. So I'll formally start by saying, Professor Morrison, who by the way is the distinguished Professor Morrison, who I have had a long association. Still my mentor after 30 plus years, and we do engage at different points doing different things. But it demonstrates the seriousness of what we are trying to do at CASE. I'm actually disappointed that the room is not filled up. I was kind of waiting to get more people in, but the show must go on. So, CASE is really demonstrating what is expected of us as a College of Agriculture, Science and Education, but more importantly, setting the stage for the emergence of CASE as a university. So there is method to what we're doing. And if you recognize the importance of the areas that we target, tourism, business, agriculture, those areas are the three largest contributors to the Jamaican economy in terms of GDP. So it's no surprise why we see this as important for us to move forward. Agriculture in particular is a critical area in what we now consider to be food security, food sovereignty. And we think it's an important area for us to get involved in. And we have, in fact, over the years, modified our faculty and reorganized ourselves to reflect that fact. So, for example, we renamed the Faculty of Agriculture to the Faculty of Food and Agriculture to broaden the scope so we understand that's more than just agriculture, it's about actually converting agriculture into a strategic national asset. And if a country cannot feed itself, that country is not going to survive for much longer. And there is a lot of research that comes out of this. We don't talk enough about them. We don't expose people to a lot of what we're doing. And I think this research conference is about doing that. What we expect to emerge from this is international relationships and partnerships. One of the things that many persons don't know is that KISS has a number of international research partners. University of Langston, Prairie View University in Texas, University of Lincoln in the UK. And University of Lincoln is the leading research institution for robotics in agriculture. So we have been very strategic. Rheinwald in Germany, also a very strong technical university in terms of robotics and AI. We also relate to the Biotechnology Institute in Cuba in a pan-Superior Horticulture Lab. So we've been very strategic. University of the Virgin Islands as well. So we have identified institutions around the world with similar ethos to KISS, where there are synergies that we can have, and we are trying to build that research collaboration. It's important also to recognize that for a country like Jamaica, while we are small, we're essentially in the vanguard of what is taking place around the world. The challenges of food security for small developing states, working through the challenges that comes out. Recently, Guyana has shown the way, but Jamaica is an important cog in this transformation across the region. Recognize as well the impact of the environmental changes. I was at a close-out ceremony at the PIOJ yesterday, and it was confirmed that Portland is no longer the parish in Jamaica that gets the most rainfall. That type that shifted to Hanover. In fact, I also assume that Portland is probably number 3 now. So the entire rainfall pattern has shifted. We're seeing droughts in Portland where we never had historical. And in fact, 5 of the last 10 years, we have had droughts in Portland exceeding 6 months. It demonstrates, therefore, that the areas that we are targeting as an institution are the areas that we think are critical to the transformation, not just of this institution, but of the country itself. So I welcome you to the campus. I welcome you to sit back, to learn, to observe, and to contribute, because I believe that this is what we were originally designed for. It's no surprise that the famous TP Lekki emerged from KISS and its predecessor institutions. And we're basically moving back KISS to that original mandate to drive agricultural transformation, but also to become critically important to STEM and environmental areas and issues that faces us. So I welcome you again, and I look forward to the sessions today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have with us a very distinguished Jamaican academic pioneering endocrinologist. But I won't tell you any more about him. To do that, I'm going to invite Mrs. Anika Gutsmore Ferguson, lecturer in the Faculty of
St. Aubin Morrison, OJ. Professor Morrison is a distinguished Jamaican scientist, endocrinologist, and academic leader whose work has significantly advanced medical science, particularly in the field of diabetes research and management. He was born on September 21, 1945, and for decades he has devoted his career to improving public health outcomes in Jamaica, the Caribbean, and internationally. Professor Morrison began his academic journey at the University College of the West Indies, where he developed a strong foundation in chemistry and biochemistry. He later pursued medical studies at the Royal University of Malta and earned advanced degrees, including a doctorate from the University of the West Indies, where he also held professorial appointments. Professor Morrison is an internationally recognized authority in endocrinology and metabolic diseases. He is best known for pioneering work on diabetes. His research has focused on the role of medicinal plants and innovative approaches to diabetes treatment and prevention. His groundbreaking work led to the identification of a form of diabetes later recognized by the World Health Organization, underscoring his global impact in the field. He is a co-founder of the Diabetes Association of Jamaica and played a central role in establishing the Diabetes Association of the Caribbean, strengthening regional collaboration in diabetes care and education. His leadership has contributed to the development of comprehensive treatment and outreach programs, improving the quality of life for thousands across the region. Professor Morrison has held several leadership roles, including Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean of Graduate Studies and Research at the University of the West Indies, and President of the University of Technology, Jamaica. He has also served as Jamaica's Chief Scientist, advising the government on science and technology as Director General of the National Commission on Science and Technology. In recognition of his outstanding contributions, he has received numerous national and international honors, including the Order of Jamaica and the Order of Distinction, as well as prestigious awards from global health and scientific organizations. Professor Morrison's legacy is defined by his unwavering commitment to scientific research, education, and public health. His work continues to influence policy, research, and clinical practice, positioning him as one of Jamaica's most respected and impactful scholars. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor the Honorable Harold York St. Aubin Morrison.
Some of you come over in this side, no? As I sat there and looked in the hall, I said, it's good that we're not in the ship, otherwise it would have capsized. I see some more youngsters coming in. I'm so happy to see that there are several of you from high school. And I trust that we can even sharpen your interest in thinking about science, technology, innovation. President Landis and faculty, it's a good day, and I always feel so encouraged when I come to the TP Lekki auditorium. And I'll tell you why in a little while. But before I get to that aspect, especially for our young people from the high schools, I wanted just to spend a sentence or two to allay their anxieties, because I remember even as a youngster myself, you heard science and technology and innovation and so on, and you wondered what all of that was about. And I want you to be cognizant of the fact that science in particular is all around us. We're using it every day. It is nothing more than just a body of knowledge. Hence, it's something that is a part of your daily activity. Technology is how you use that knowledge. And innovation, you try and use it in a different way. Usually to make whatever you're doing more efficient or to improve the earnings that it can bring in. Let me break it down into an everyday example before we get into a little more serious discussion. Take a young woman, for example. She wants to buy an exquisite purse that nobody else has. What does she do? She checks around to see where it's accessible, what stores may have it, how many are in distribution. That's what we call a situational analysis, a big term for just trying to find out what's going on. Then she tries to access this purse, gets on the phone, or she may scroll online, or as the ladies used to do, and what I suffered with for many years as a youngster, the ladies would go window shopping to try and see where they can obtain this purse. And that's her methodology, the method of her approach to obtaining that which she's interested in. And when she gets to the particular store and buys it, that's her results. And she phones around her colleagues and she tells them, I got the purse that I wanted all of this time. That's her conclusion. And then she gets on Instagram or Facebook and she starts telling everybody how to go about purchasing, such an item. And that is publishing. She is getting her information out there in the media. So that is a simple way of looking at, science and, the research that goes along to improve that body of knowledge. And there's an amusing story of this young fellow in high school. He goes to his supervisor and he says, Sir, I have made a new discovery today. The supervisor got interested and said, tell me about it. So he reaches into his pocket and takes out a little matchbox, opens it and takes out a cockroach. The big cockroach, right? The ones you call Americana periplaneta. And he puts it on the table. And he says to the cockroach, left turn. And the cockroach turns to the left. Right turn. And the cockroach turns to the right. So he said, no, sir, observe this. He takes up the cockroach and cuts off all the 6 legs. and puts it back on the table. He says, left turn, the cockroach doesn't move. Right turn, the cockroach still doesn't move. And he says, now sir, I have demonstrated that when you cut off the legs of a cockroach, it cannot hear. Wrong conclusions for that little research. But let's move into, I have just seen the displays, but I've been here some years back, and from my memory, there are lots of interesting pursuits, and as I heard from President Deslandes, a lot is focusing on agriculture and food resilience. And I wondered whether any of you are thinking of a particular kind of research, doesn't matter what, okay? All I would like to point out is that this government in place now has a Minister of Science and Technology who is a scientist and a researcher himself. And he's moving to procure funds which the government will use to support research programs and projects that they see of national importance. President, you hear that? Both the Honorable Dr. Andrew Wheatley. So funding will certainly be coming in the not too distant future for your research projects. But I would like to share with you something that you, especially in a developing country, challenges of funding, challenges of personnel, to do significant research, it is a major challenge. And we have been guided about this for over half a century. And listen to this. The former Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, Sir Arthur Lewis, left UWI and went to Princeton in New Jersey in the United States. And there he earned a Nobel Prize. You young people in the back, you know what a Nobel Prize is? Anybody? Let me see your hands. You know what a Nobel Prize is? It's for the most significant and outstanding research that changes the development of a country and our populations. Very distinguished prize, resulting in the doling out of billions of US dollars to the researchers. Sir Arthur Lewis got that. And he got that for studying the economy in developing countries. He himself was from the island of St. Lucia, right there in the Caribbean. So he was a Caribbean man. And what he did, this is now about in the 1970s, he compared the economy in similar countries at similar developmental stage. In those days, in the 70s, he was comparing in particular South Korea and Jamaica. You heard that. Half a century ago, South Korea and Jamaica were seen as at the same level of development. And what he pointed out is that if these countries were to take on board the upcoming technology that was in those days being developed, and apply them in your economy, it would show a successful development of the country and improve shifts in labor deployment. 50 years ago. Today, South Korea is regarded as one of the East Asian tiger economies. It produces cars, it makes semiconductors, batteries, and the like. It's an innovation economy. It makes and it sells and it keeps its profit. It is a first world country and it contributes to research and development 5% of the total earnings for the year, what you call the GDP, gross domestic product. 5% is the second highest in the world. The only other country that contributes that level of percentage is Israel, which contributes 5.5% of its total earnings. And when the country looks at what it has sold in the end and its total earnings, that research and development is contributing 25%, a five-fold return. There's hardly an investment that you can make where you can get a 500% return on your money. So the whole impact of research is a major one. 1970s, South Korea and Jamaica on par. We have remained a service economy, and we are relying on tourism, agriculture, business processing, outsourcing, and the like for our income. We contribute for research and development less than 0.1%. You hear that? And we can't find the data to tell you how much that contributes back to the earnings of Jamaica. So unless we really begin to take research and innovation seriously, we are going to be in a bind. But what Sir Arthur Lewis said in those days, and is still pertinent today, there are some things in the Caribbean that we do best. And I want you to listen to that carefully because it's going to affect any kind of funding that you're going to be getting out of the government, because we're being guided by these two bits of advocacy. There are some things in the Caribbean that we do best. And there are some things that only we will want to do. The World Bank has said, based on its studies across the world, that for a country to be serious and successful in any of its research and innovations, it needs to have at least, say, 2,000 individuals per million of the population involved in research and innovation. 2,000 per million. That would mean if you look at Jamaica with roughly 3 million population, we'll need about 3 times 2, 6,000 individuals involved in R&D, as we call it for short, to be considered seriously, involved in research and development, and with any likelihood of success. A detailed study of the Jamaican scenario shows we have no more than about 750 graduate level individuals involved in research and development. So we're not on track to really do a lot of major developments. But here's the deal. Did you know that over 80% of our tertiary graduates, those who have gotten masters and doctoral degrees, over 80% of them live and work abroad? And in that diaspora, as we call it, we can find and we have identified some 60,000 individuals with that level of training and qualification who can get into research and development. Now here's the deal. They are from the Caribbean. And if we were to focus and follow the guidance of, say, what Sir Arthur had put on the table, and show them local projects that they could involve in, then we could possibly reverse the brain drain that we've been having and have a brain gain, bringing them back to help us in our research projects. It is a win-win. And I want to move now to ask you, and I want an answer. I don't want everybody sitting down there asleep. If you were asked, what are the things that we in Jamaica do well, or what it is that we should be doing, name me one or two things. Anybody? If you don't answer, I'm going to sit down, because it means you're not following. Entertainment, yes. Another hand. Track and field sports, yes. Another. Yes. I'm not here. Tourism, yes. Yes. Any others? I don't see any other hands over there. Ah, yes, there's a hand there. All right. You're hitting it on the head. You're hitting it on the head. We have heard sport. We have heard food. When you said culinary, we're thinking of food. We have heard entertainment, we're thinking of music. All right. The big three, and we have heard tourism. So you have said it all, Mr. President. They are identifying areas of interest that not only we can put our expertise to, but we can interest our collaborators abroad, those who would have a Caribbean interest, to join us. Now let me just mention a few things about those areas you have just identified. Let's take music. Did you know that there are only 3 countries in the world whose music is listened to around the world? Anybody, did you know that? Which are the 3 countries? Jamaica, USA, I heard England or UK. Those are the 3 countries whose music is listened to around the world. Let us take Jamaica, which is where we're focusing. And our 2 genres mainly, reggae and dancehall, are of major interest. Before I get to reggae, I was in Sweden a couple years back, and a group of us were having lunch in a restaurant, and this waitress came over and she asked where we were from. When we said Jamaica, she said, oh, My daughter has just gone to participate in a ballet program in Jamaica. And inquiring a little more, we learned that she had come down to participate in the dance hall queen competition. The Japanese take our dance hall seriously too, you know, that it was a Japanese lady who became the dance hall queen maybe nearly 10 years now. So they are studying us, they are watching us. Oh, take reggae now. Did you know that every month, almost, there are some 200 new reggae tunes being released? Or, you know, the variations of reggae as well, but within that grouping, 200, not all of them will make the air or be successful, but the creative juices are flowing among some people. In Japan, there are 250 reggae bands. The study of reggae is a major portion of the programs in some institutions. And the total catalog of Bob Marley's music resides in California. What about us here? Much of the development and thrust of our popular music has been largely individual thrusts. We have not had the kind of governmental support to allow the country to earn from this multi-billion-dollar industry. So I put it to you that the study of our music, what it is that is pushing that creativity, there must be some socio-economic or cultural aspect that's really driving that development. So it is an area worthy of study. And let us take sports. For us, track and field is a big thing. When I was a boy, it was cricket. Now the Indians know more cricket than us. In fact, all of cricket is now focused in India. They've taken it over from England and so on. But the point is, our participant there said track and field. He was specific in the kind of sport. And you know what has been happening for the last 8 decades or so, where we have been amongst the best and the very best the world over in our sprinting. Why so? A little country of just 3 million people, consistently, Olympic after Olympic, pushing out, whether male or female, outstanding speedsters. What is it? Is it in our food? Is it in our body structure? Is it in the way in which our body is functioning, what you call a quick or a fast twitch muscle fibers and how they are working? All this needs some serious study. They're coming from Brazil, from Thailand, from South Korea, from Europe, from North America, to see what it is that we're doing here, why we're so successful. Yet, we are not having that push to study. Sport is not just track and field, not just going and running up and down here. There is much more to it, studying the anatomy and the what we call the physiology, the workings of the body, that can contribute to the achievement in sport. So there is much to be had there. And research into why, how this is happening, this speed phenomenon, how we can create patterns of study. The international term for studying movement is called physiatry. Not one of our institutions here has that area of study. So we have really gotten serious about our sport. So whilst we may have a Bolt and a Shelley and so on, we still have not come to grips with trying to ensure that this is a well-developed product nationally supported. So think about that. And then you said food. And we're in the hall of one of the greatest of all time, T.P. Lecky. I trust especially you young people know about this young man who grew up in the hills of Swift River. And because his family wasn't doing well in the farming, it piqued his interest. And what happened then when he went into agricultural school? At that time, Case had not yet been identified as a separate entity, and it was part of the School of Agriculture up at Papine, which is now UTEC. And there is still a little plaque they're attributing the tremendous research work done by Thomas Philip Lecky in improving the beef quality. And why that comes across so important, just last week I read in the newspaper that India was now trying to improve its beef and milk quality. And I wonder just what has happened to the work. I know we're doing research in it, but we don't hear. And somehow I don't think that there is enough being done to promulgate the tremendous research output of Lecky and his Jamaica Hope and Black and Red Pose and so on, which are well suited for functioning in our island. And the agricultural products contribute some 15% of our total earnings. And of that, the cattle industry is a major component. But as we talk food, I won't leave without mentioning that on every menu, in every gourmet restaurant across the world, you'll see an item called jerk. Jerk is legendary. We have been with it for over 500 years. Yet, the jerk that they speak of, which should have been patented for the Jamaican product, everybody is doing jerk, and it is not the real Jamaican aspect. And the spices that are used, and whether the piment is the only one or they could have other contributions to producing properly patented products, I think there's a lot more area of study in that. So again, and Portland is the parish of jerk. Okay, so I would be disappointed if we couldn't get some interest there to study in Black River. I'm seeing a lot of patients, many of whom had diabetes. There are about 6 students from Canada who came to spend what we call an elective period of apprenticeship, so to speak, with Dr. Johnson. And while spending it, they recognized that many of the patients who came with diabetes they were drinking a certain bush tea that was curing their diabetes. So they brought that information to the attention of Dr. Johnson. He, as we tell you what plant it was, and he tried it on a number of his patients, but didn't really see any difference. He spoke to the fellows at UWI here at Mona and couldn't garner their interest in studying. So he sent it up to his colleagues in Miami. They were not too interested in biochemistry, and so they sent it on to McGill in Canada. And to cut a long story short, the researchers in McGill combined with a company called Eli Lilly in Indianapolis in the USA. They studied this extract from this plant, and whilst they did not find that it did any significant change or improvement in diabetes, they found that it lowered the white blood cell count. Today, that extract is the mainstay of treatment of one of the blood cancers known as leukemia. You know what that plant is? You walk along the ramgoat roses. You know it? Ramgoat roses is what you call periwinkle. Pink, you know, and have the color. Now the periwinkle with the slave trade, it is being cultured or cultivated rather over vast acres in Madagascar. And it is called the Madagascar periwinkle. And Jamaica has got no benefit, no kudos, not even a single dollar from alerting the world scientists to the potential of these plants. So there's a lot that we can study and pursue and get our diaspora colleagues to join us because they will want to be a part of such an interesting approach. And the last comment I would make is on tourism. It is well known, you know, and the ministry will tell you, that a big part of the success in tourism, which contributes near 30% of our GDP, the big success is from repeat visitors. It is not just the sun, sea, and sand and hotels, but they, on their surveys, have found that the people, the visitors keep saying, the people of Jamaica are so welcoming. They are so warm and happy people. And there's an international categorization called the happiness index of how the people, you know, live, their income, their longevity, and so on. And we are in the top 50. Now, how on earth do people who are earning so little, but nevertheless have strong familial and social support, how on earth we are such a happy people? You know, afflicted by disasters every 5 years. Well, it's not hurricanes, it's earthquakes and threats of the big ones to come. How it is. There must be some social, cultural aspect that we're not recognizing. And if we can get our social scientists to look as to what it is that is contributing that great hospitality aspect, and so be able to guide policy and improve our tourism product and improve our income earning, then I think we have lost it. So from tourism to entertainment to sport and to sport, music, entertainment, that is the music, and the cuisine as it became, okay, and your tourism. We have a lot of products, and it is of interest that today you're celebrating or looking in detail at the food industry to become more resilient in your food production. So what I would say is this. The government is certainly moving to support research and development. It is going to be guided by things relevant to the Caribbean, things of priority to the Jamaican setting. And I would urge you to look in those arenas for areas that you might like to pursue. As someone who has been involved in research for the last 50 years or so, I can just reassure you, it's not an easy road. And it is full of all kinds of challenges that you will need to overcome. But I thought that just from a relatively popular American poem called Trees. And it goes something like this. The tree that never had to fight for its share of sunlight, but stood out in the open plain and had its fill of sun and rain. Never grew to be a forest, but lived and died as from within. Timber doesn't grow with ease. The rougher the winds, the tougher the trees. Bear that in mind. You have to be resilient and stick to it, what we call tenacity of purpose. And India's national hero, Mahatma Gandhi, will guide you as he reminds us that first, your colleagues will try to find out what you're doing. Then they will laugh at you. Then they will fight you. Then you will walk good, my friends.
Thank you so much. Give him a better round of applause. Professor, we are truly grateful for sharing your immense expertise with us. And it sets the stage for further discussions throughout the day. It is very important that you talk about Japan so much. You know, I thought of my days there some years ago, and I remember yearly we would go to the One Love Jamaica Festival. And let me tell you something, I've never seen so much jerk pan in my life. So trust me, that was a very good example, Doc, and it really shows, Brother Professor, it shows how big we are and how big our culinary arts is and appreciated throughout the world. At this time, I want to make special mention of our sponsors, because indeed we would not be here today had it not been for these sponsors. And so, as I call their names, I want you to just give a round of applause for the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, as well as the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, and also to our exhibitors. We thank you so much for being here and being a part of our research day and making it possible. I now invite the president of our student council, Mr. Cameron James rather, my apologies, sir, to deliver a presentation to our keynote speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It is both an honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt thanks on behalf of the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. Today, we have been deeply enriched by the keynote address delivered by Professor Errol Morrison. Sir, your presence alone is inspiring, and your words have left a lasting impression. You have reminded us of the true purpose of research, not only as an academic exercise, but as a tool to serve, transform, and uplift communities. Your distinguished career in science, medicine, and public health stands as a powerful example of what disciplined inquiry and community leadership can achieve. From your pioneering work in endocrinology to your contribution to national and regional development, your journey reflects the standard of excellence that this institution seeks to adopt. This morning, you challenge us to think beyond the classroom and to approach research with purpose. You have encouraged us to see our work as meaningful and impactful, particularly in addressing the real challenge facing Jamaica and the wider world Caribbean. As students, we have this session both informed and inspired, with a renewed sense of responsibility to purpose, knowledge act with intention, curiosity, and vision. Professor Morrison, sir, we sincerely thank you for taking the time to share your insights and experience with us. Your address has set a strong and fitting tone for Research Day 2006. At this time, I invite you to join with me as we present a token of appreciation on the behalf of the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. On behalf of the Student Guild, the family, and the entire Case family, thank you once again and wish you continued success in all your future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cameron James, President of the Students' Council for the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. Before we go into our concurrent paper presentations, I want to invite you during the lunch period but in a matter of seconds, they will have to get up again because we're going to be going into our concurrent sessions. But I particularly want us to welcome our students from the various schools, and I won't start to call names because not only that, we also have persons from, well represented from the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica. Put your hands together for them. I think I'm seeing Bethlehem. All right, and I'm also seeing, help me somebody, Sam Shaw, Teachers College. All right, who else is here from the TCJ? Just those two? Excelsior Community College. All right, who else from Trenchtown Polytechnic College. Thank you so much. And I'm seeing GC Boston College, no? St. Joseph. I beg your pardon me. Here, St. Joseph Teachers College. All right. So thank you so much for being here. And again, want to make special mention of our sponsors, the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Nutrix, the Big Feed, Lifespan Spring Water, NCB, National Commercial Bank, National Irrigation Commission Limited, and the Jamaica Dairy Development Board. I want to make special welcome, or rather special mention again of our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Professor Errol Morris, for being here. Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information representatives, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining representative, our President, Dr. Deslandes, the Board of Management, Vice President of the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, Vice President of Academics, that's Mr. Fazolui, who is on stage, Vice President of Administration and Operation, that's Mr. Marlon Palmer, as well as the senior management team, other members of faculty, staff, sponsors, partners, exhibitors, specially invited guests, members of the media, student presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to our opening ceremony, and we will conclude this session as we move now into our concurrent paper presentations. Again, it was a pleasure being your host. My name is Miss Denise, and I'm signing out for now. Also, remember later on, how could I forget this, the panel discussion, and the theme is From Field to Policy, leveraging research to build Jamaica's agriculture resilience. And so you don't want to miss that panel discussion. It's gonna be great. We have our moderator, Dr. Sandra Hamilton, and our panelists, Mr. Wade Robertson, Dr. Derek Deslandes, Mr. Nicholas Foster, and Ms. Chevelle Richards. So make sure you are back here about 2 p.m. for the panel discussion as well as the student poster presentations. So I'm signing out for now. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so we move to the different areas. I hope you by now should have your programs and you decide which of the research presentations you will be attending. Again, good morning, so it's still morning, good morning, and have a blessed rest of the day. Thank you so much. The ushers
reminder that there's a session also inside here as well, right? So students who are interested in this presentation can stay here, right? And also move to the front as well. All right, thank you. Again, there's a session here as well. So if you're going to stay in here, I would like for you guys to move forward, come to the front, please.
Yes, dear. Mr. Williams. Make sure we are work. Can I go back to the front? I can't back this slide over. So that way now, I'm going to press back. From we can go forward.
Alright, so we can take it, see. When we start, we'll take problems. Alright. Alright. Good morning. Alright, I would like you to settle down a bit. Move to the front for me, please. We have enough space here. Right, just move to the front. Let us begin. Welcome to this session of Case Research Day 2026. My name is Othniel Brown and I will be moderating this session. This session format will consist of 20 minutes presentation followed by approximately 5 minutes of questions and discussion. Today's presenter is Mr. Jocelyn Williams, an acting senior lecturer in the Faculty of Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. Mr. Williams holds a Master's of Science in Renewable Energy Management, a postgrad diploma in Science Education, and a Bachelor's of Science in Electronic Engineering from the University of the West Indies. His research interests focus on the integration of renewable energy technologies, Internet of Things, systems, and sustainable agricultural technologies, including aquaponics and agri-robotics. He has led and collaborated on projects involving automated aquaponics monitoring systems and Internet of Things based plant growth chambers designed to support climate resilient agricultural production in the Caribbean. His presentation is titled Impacts of Sustainable Technologies on Energy Consumption and Efficiency at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jocelyn Williams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I must acknowledge the already established protocols, and I am very still impacted by the speech done by Professor Errol Morris, and I'm still looking at the fact that you were able to deliver that entire speech out of your head. So it's tremendous memory. Alright, so I will be presenting today on the research topic, the impact of sustainable technologies on energy consumption and efficiency on the College of Agriculture, Science and Education farms. This is the research that was done in 2023, and the objectives of this research were geared that we want to evaluate and make recommendations for the current energy consumption on the college's tutorial farm, and to evaluate and make recommendations for the college's well pump consumption. For those who don't know, the college actually has a well that supplies water for the institution, and also to design a grid-tied solar photovoltaic farm for the institution using the Red Screen Energy Management software. And so, with this, the drive for our investigation comes from a few research questions, which are: how will a solar farm affect the tutorial farm and deep water pumps electric encouraged in just running the pump and running the farm. There is a lot of room for improvement and efficiency. Another question is, in what ways can automated cooling systems be implemented at Case's poultry units, and how will their energy consumption be affected? And the third question that I seek to answer was, how do energy efficiency lamps reduce energy consumption in Case's big units? All right, so those are the questions, and let's go quickly into the introduction. And agricultural facilities contribute approximately 20% of annual anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. And if we understand greenhouse gas is one of the major causes for a lot of hurricanes that we're having, we'll see the change in our climate. So we have hotter summers, colder winters, and not just in Jamaica, but it's affecting the world. So, Case Faculty of Agriculture operates a tutorial farm, and it's used by all agricultural students for hands-on learning. So many of you, when you come to Case, you will be utilizing the tutorial farm. The farm currently lacks what we now describe energy efficient technologies and conservation practices. And so for that, it's a missed opportunity for climate smart agriculture education. I believe that anyone who comes to Case should see the best technology being employed. Do we agree with that? Yes. So the research covers 19 months of JPS electricity bills that was funded from September 2020 to March 2022 for the tutorial farm and the deep water well pump. And then a recipe software, a free software provided by the Canadian government that is used for clean energy feasibility and financial analysis. So let's look at the literature that supports this research. So the first thing is sustainable technology. Anything that we do, we want it to be sustainable. We don't want to do something at the cost of the future or somebody else. So technology is deeply entrenched in our society. Do we agree? If you agree, put your hand in your pocket and you see your phone. Everybody uses technology. Without this, society would immediately collapse. Moreover, technological changes can be perceived as easier to accomplish than lifestyle changes. How many of us made New Year's resolution and to this day we can't keep up with it? But it's easier to adopt to ChatGPT. That's true? Alright, let me those who know what ChatGPT. You don't want to admit it. So sustainable technology is the approach applied in this research to target key challenges. Now, agrivoltaics, and this is a concept that might be new to many persons, but agrivoltaics are the main challenge, one of the main challenges associated with solar PV installation is space that is required for installation. So many panels, efficiency for panels are just improving. Many of them have gone up to about 20, 25, but solar panels aren't as efficient as you would think they are. Therefore, you require a lot more to be used. Now, agrivoltaics speaks about how we can integrate the installation of solar panels along with continuing with your regular farming practices. So it is positive that solar energy collectors and agriculture could coexist on the same piece of land, and that this combined use would actually enhance the benefits extracted from the land. So not only can they be there together, but there are greater benefits when they are together. And so we look at the implementation of our agrivoltaic system. The next was a solar water pump for irrigation. Now, in the agriculture sector, Jamaica uses 75% of the country's water obtained mainly for aquifers using electric and petroleum fuel deep well pumps. And that's from the Ministry of Mining. That's the latest data I got on it. And this statistics clearly shows the potential for significant reduction in Jamaica's fuel and electricity bills if solar powered irrigation system called SPIS is invested in. So the study showed a comparison that was done in Trinidad, and it was proven that persons and farmers were more likely to utilize an SPI system than utilizing a diesel powered system. So that's some of the research. And then another aspect is looking at sustainable technology using poultry units and pig units. And poultry undergoes physiological change due to heat stress. Did you know that? The chicken them stress in the heat. And so it affects their production. It affects how well they grow. And so heat stress is a multifaceted adaptive response that occurs when an animal's capacity for heat dissipation is exceeded and it will eventually lead to death. Now, in tropical countries, and Jamaica is a tropical country, all right. So in Jamaica, it is imminent that high ambient temperatures will be encountered, and thus it is recommended that automated cooling systems are installed for management. Ventilation must be a continuous procedure because the excess or lack of it may interfere with poultry production as we move from season to season. And I know for last year it was extremely hot. Can you imagine this year? It's getting hotter and hotter. And we know that the increase in the average temperature of the earth is one of the things that's causing sea level rising and different things that are affecting. If all of the ice that is in the North Pole and those areas were to melt, all of New York City will be covered. Did you know that? So you see how important it is that we employ different technologies to cover on the release of greenhouse gases. Alright, next thing was the little look at conventional versus energy efficient heat lamps in pig and rearing. So pig souls increase around their tummy the temperature of up to about 40 degrees to keep piglets warm. Yes. And so this, however, can be detrimental as souls have a tendency of doing what? Crushing the piglets while they sleep. And to prevent this, what many farms do is they use heat lamps. And they install them, and the heat lamps are then used to pull the piglets away from the mother. So they only go when it's time to feed, and they cut back on their fetality. Now, the aim of the study done was to evaluate the performance of energy efficient lamps, and it's switching now from what we traditionally use, 450 watt bulbs to 175 watt. And the results show that the energy saving consisted of direct savings from the reduced energy use of heat lamp, and it gave just as good the heating capacity that we needed for the piglets. So let's go right into what was the methodology. So here we see a picture of the tutorial farm and the chicken. See how many of them are in the space? And the college manages a tutorial farm which is used by all the students being hands-on agricultural experience, and we say that this farm should be equipped with the best technology, as we mentioned earlier. And so, to effectively analyze the consumption pattern of the college's farm and well, what did I do? Up to 24 months of GPS light consumption was acquired from the institution. Next, a walkthrough audit of the facility was conducted, and the information needed in the audit was mainly quantitative, but the farm managers were asked about the time frames each equipment was used. During the walkthrough audit, images were taken of the nameplates. On the nameplates of each equipment is what we call the power rating of the device. So that was done. I also looked at what we said, JPS GPS light bills that show the current billing and the energy consumption for the past. The one GPS light bill, you see that little bar graph on your bill. Whenever you get the chance to look on it again, it shows you the past 12 months consumption pattern. And so the data acquired from the GPS light bill was entered and analyzed using the Red Screen software. And this software allows for the creation of an energy model and also for cost analysis for the intended solar installation. And from that, I did an Excel document that created a list of all the items that are used on the farm and to match it back with the light bill. So here we see a photo of some of what is done at the college. There's a little partition to prevent. So whenever the piglets are fed, they block them off, keep them right where the heat lamps are to ensure that they are not crushed. There's another photo here, so we're seeing the heat lamps. So this is something that is used regularly. Now, observations. The chicken, we said the experience. What did they experience? Eat. Yes, the chicken experience, right? And to combat that, we actually have these fans that are installed by the poultry unit, but these fans run all the time. As long as they're chicken inside the coop, they have to run to ensure that the temperature doesn't go up. Now, observation, you'll also see the projected space. And this is from Google Map imagery of the farms that are there. And also you can, if you look carefully, there is a little laser pointer, you can have an idea as to where the well pump is, which is in this space. And so this projected area is where I'm looking at for a potential solar installation. Now, quickly analyzing the data, we're seeing September 2020 to March 2022, we're seeing the consumption pattern. So based on how we use the electricity, we can recognize that there's a high usage in June, and there's pretty much, as we see, an average of about 3,000 kilowatt hour energy. For a deep water well, we see that the well, the pump, uses a lot more energy. Do you see that? And it goes up to about 5,000 kilowatt hour per month. So if it's for anything, the well needs to be powered by a solar plant to cover on that expense. So let's look at the results. So from the farm audit, if you look carefully, the biggest area that used electricity on the farm was what? The poultry unit. And then we also had the piggery unit and also what we refer to as the dairy unit. The dairy units were used consistently. It's only when they were going to be pasteurizing and that isn't necessarily being done right now. So the main focus was on the piggery and the poultry unit. If we can cut that back, then we can save lots of money. So in the audit, you would have recognized that there are about 28 heat bulbs. And the proposition is changing those heat bulbs from the 260 watt to 175 watt. The current, you would be having about 24,895 kilowatt hour per year just from using those light bulbs and also the fan that is used. The LED, there's actually LED tubes that are there, so that is already installed and that is very good. Now, the proposed change is just changing those bulbs from 250 to 175, and it would bring it down to 18,000 approximately about kilowatt hour per year. So we compare that with what we saw before. The next proposition is installing a monitoring system. And I did a little sketch for you to have an idea. A monitoring system, very cheap, using an RV that can monitor the temperature temperature that is inside, and whenever it exceeds a certain value, then guess what? It tells the fan to come on. Alright? So, in the PV unit, and I'm just showing it all together, we see, based on that installation, it will bring about a 20% reduction in the energy consumption if we were to change the light bulb. So I used the RedScreen platform, which did the analysis of all of this data. And RedScreen is, it pulls on NASA climate data information and local climate data, and it provides analysis. So based on the current climate pattern, that makes a projection as to how well your solar system will perform. And if we look here, and just to make, and I'm summarizing as time is on us, the data show that we have wholly of sun, enough sun to power and do all that we needed to do. And so from that, there was a proposed 69.6 kilowatt hour plant that could be installed that would be sufficient to cover the energy consumption for the tutorial farm and also for the water well. Now from that, and I'm bringing to the conclusions, it was recognized. Look at the comparison. So the blue represents what was before, and the orange represents when we install these energy efficiency measures, it was dropping. And then we are also seeing in the grid a total solar production that is capable. And we are seeing that this is just the minimum. We can always size it bigger, but this shows you that yes, if we install a plant, we are able to get back. Now, what did I propose? And I'm just doing the math quickly. The proposition is not just to have a solar plant, but to have it as a grid-type system. A grid-type system allows for you to sell to JPS. So I would have checked, and JPS, unfortunately, only pays about $15 per kilowatt hour. Way less than what they charge you. But yet, whatever was not used could easily be sent to the grid, and it's credit that can be used. And so, if you look quickly, there were only 3 months that we were in the negative. For the 19-month period that I analyzed, 3 months, and it was by very small amounts. And for the other months, there were great amounts that we sent to the grid, which meant that we could easily get back money. So not only would we avoid the cost of paying JPS, but we would get money back for the installation. And so, I want to show a cash flow diagram, but let me jump on it quickly. So if you look at this, with solar, this is your capex, your initial expenditure, right here, year 0. That's what you spend, about 9.5 million proposed cost. And then after that, every subsequent year, there was going to be savings, avoided JPS costs, and the money that you're gaining back from the net billing, and then the project, and they said that the solar system would have a lifespan of up to about 25 years, and so it was growth all the way. So the conclusion is this: the implementation of sustainable technologies such as automated cooling system in the poultry unit, energy efficient heat lamps in the prairie units, and the 69.6 kilowatt grid-type solar farm system would bring significant savings for the college. And it was also tied, and there was some economic analysis that showed if you have an NPV that is positive, NPV that is positive indicates it's a go for the project. And gave a $96 million NPV for, that's a net present value. How much will be valued in the future? And also, there are things that institutions use to measure whether their projects are acceptable. And upon this IRR, internal rate of returns, is good. Because
Let us give Mr. Williams a round of applause again, please. All right, at this time, we will now open the floor for a few questions from our audience. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you. I was a little bit late, but good morning, everybody. Is this Mr. Williams or Dr. Williams?
Mr. Williams.
Oh, Mr. Williams. Could you just remind me of the topic again?
So the topic speaks of the impact of implementing sustainable technologies on efficiency and consumption of financial farms.
Thank you. You did a wonderful presentation, and I want to thank you for sharing such insightful content with us. I actually want to find out if you actually have it in mind to patent this innovative way of saving energy at this institution, and will be publishing this work.
Alright, so 60 research was done pertaining to the college and cities installed an agrivoltaic system, and so something that not necessarily started with me, but the research has the impact case, it would have been something that I would have done. So it's already patented by whoever did their research on agrivoltaic, which was initially mentioned in the link. But in publishing, I'm still thinking about it. Possibly I will.
Okay, thank you so much, and
All right, I have a question, all right? I was making introductions while Mr. Williams was presenting. So my question says, agricultural faculties contribute approximately 20% of the annual greenhouse gas emissions. In your view, how important it is for institutions like these to lead by example in adopting sustainable technologies?
All right, thank you very much. So, Case is well positioned as Premier College of Agriculture in the Caribbean in Jamaica. Now, if we are able to implement these, set them up with all our graduates, they are the ones who will go into the work field. They are the ones who will gain that knowledge, exposed to that technology, and be able to manage and better manage the farms and different institutes, agricultural institutions across the island. So that's one way that this can impact. And we can also think about particularly implementing techniques much better, and it allows for better efficiency in our practices. So I believe that we as an institution need to set the standard, set the bar, and then the other companies that benefit from us rather, and you could list a lot of them that have Case graduates, they will be gaining from this.
All right, one final question, and this one is now for the audience. All right, so if you were advising the Ministry of Agriculture on the single most impactful sustainable technology to prioritize across all farms, island-wide, based on what we have seen today from Mr. Williams' presentation, right, what would you recommend and why? Any answer?
Somebody's trying.
Yes, good morning. Based on Mr. Williams' presentation, I would recommend using the solar energy as well as before, because solar as will be more effective and efficient. In Jamaica, we have a lot of sunlight, so we will be easily powered, and we know when Hurricane Melissa came, some of us wish we had some solar panels at home to help us generate some electricity. So I think that is a good selection.
Very good answer. Not only because of Hurricane Melissa, in today's climate, right, with these geopolitical wars that we're having now, right, getting emails from JP saying that our bills are on the hike this month.
Really?
Yes. Right? Also, if you have a motor vehicle, right, buying gas alone nowadays is going up each and every week. Right? So this is very important. All right. All right, so I just want to thank Mr. Williams once more for her innovative and engaging presentation on sustainable technologies and energy efficiency case. On behalf of the organizers of KC Search Day 2026, we would like to express our appreciation for your contribution. I would also like to thank the audience for your participation and your thoughtful questions. At this time, I would like to present a small token to Mr. Williams for his participation. All right, thank you all, and please be reminded of the research day activities. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
an engineering technician in the Food Science and Technology Unit, Department of Chemical Engineering, University of West Indies. His research interests, of course, are in areas of food chemistry and processing. What we'll be hearing now are from experts in their field, which I together make welcome our presenters.
Now, the oregano is antimicrobial, right? The moringa, which have flavonoid, is antimicrobial as well as antibacterial. The peppermint will give us a cooling effect, and the lemongrass is aromatic and also antimicrobial. So this diagram shows you that the agricultural resources such as goat milk and herbs can be transformed into value-added products, contributing to sustainable entrepreneurship and rural development. So it will attract the local farmers, for example, and it can also be a business entity. What is the research problem? So despite the growing demand for natural skincare products, few scientific studies have evaluated the integration of our locally sourced goat milk and Jamaican medicinal herbs into standardized cosmetic formulation. So both the goat milk and the medicinal herbs are underutilized. Right? So there's a need for standardized methods combining local agricultural products with cosmetic science. There's also limited research on Jamaican medicinal herbs such as the moringa, the lemongrass, the peppermint, and the oregano in commercial formulation. So this is an opportunity for value addition in Jamaica agricultural science. And I now move on to Dr. Falou.
All right, morning, everyone. So we now look at the research objectives. And so essentially it's to produce and characterize the goat milk infused with selected Jamaican herbs. So essentially what will we do? Formulate the goat milk soup using herbal extracts Then we will characterize the physical chemical properties of the soup. We will then evaluate the thermological performance of the soup, how it's affect our skin and so on. And then we will assess the consumer acceptability. So now we're going to look at the herbal ingredients of the soup. Essentially, what will the soup made up of? So we'll be using several herbs. So, for example, oregano, mint, moringa, lemongrass, and we will be using these herbs because of their functional properties. For example, they have antimicrobial properties, antioxidant properties, and so on. And that is a result of several higher active compounds that are in these herbs. For example, phenolic compounds, flavonoids, citral, and so on. So, for instance, the flavonoids and the phenolic compound, those will have like strong antioxidant activity, and these will be useful in formulations. So these will be useful in cosmetic formulations. So moving on to the next slide. So now we look at the method and the design of the experiment. And so a mixed method experimental design will be used. So we will have both quantitative analysis as well as a qualitative analysis as well. And in terms of the material, so we're going to use the oat milk, of course, and the oils that we will be using in the soap, the oil base, coconut oil and olive oil. The sodium hydroxide is necessary because that will lead to the saponification reaction, where the fats will be hydrolyzed. And the herbal extract is the additives that will be in the soup, so the various herbal extracts. And we will be using a cool process saponification, meaning that the process will essentially occur at room temperature, so we will not be adding any heat. We will simply rely on the heat of the reaction when the sodium hydroxide saponifies the oils. So in terms of the process, so the oils and the goat milk, we're going to combine them. Then we're going to add the sodium hydroxide solution, which will facilitate the saponification reaction. Then we add the herbal extracts. Then we're going to make the soup into molds or shape it. And then the soup has to undergo a curing period, and that will take 4 to 6 weeks in order to complete the saponification reactions. Now, we will be making several types of soup. So the first set of soup will be the control, and this now will not have any additives. So it will be the oat milk, the oils, and the sodium hydroxide. And then the remaining formulation is where we're going to have the herbs additives. So one formulation is the oat milk and the moringa, and so on, the goat milk and the oregano, and the soap E and F will be mixed. So for that we will have a mixed herbs. So in that instance now we will be able to investigate if there are any interactions and so on with these herbs in the soup. All right, so at this point, Ms. Phillips, she will now take you through the rest of the presentation.
Good afternoon. So we're going to talk about the physiochemical analysis. You know, physical and chemical analysis. So a part of the you hear me better now? All right, cool. We're going to talk about the physiochemical analysis, which is the physical and the chemical. All right, so part of the chemical analysis that we're going to look at is the pH testing, right? Because we don't want the soap to burn you. So therefore, the pH of the soap must be in the neutral pH. So it's neither acidic nor basic, right? And the retention, the moisture retention of the soap is also important because we don't want the soap to dry your skin. So the moisture retention is also a part of what we're going to test as well. And also the hardness. You don't want it too soft or too hard. Right? So we have to test the hardness of the soap. That's why we have to cure it for 4 to 6 weeks. And also the leathering quality, how much solids do, right? So we have to test all of that. And also, we have to also test the sensory evaluation, like every other sense except the tasting aspect. So the appearance, the soap has to be physically appearing, it must be looking good, so therefore you will want to buy it. And also the fragrance, it must smell good because you don't want to smell like maybe a carbon soap, right? If it has a bad smell. Even the texture. The texture is very important, where it has to be smooth and it has to feel smooth to the skin, right? And the structural integrity, like the bar firmness and the durability. And the overall acceptability of the soap, right? Now, in conclusion, the goat milk it has in a bioactive protein, which is lactoferrin and lysozymes. It's important for your skin, as Dr. Falloon has mentioned before. You have the benefits of the moringa. We know that moringa has a lot of skin benefits and other benefits as well, where it is having a lot of phenolic and flavonoids. All right, and all of this combined will give a holistic soap, right? Also, in conclusion, it also enhances the hydration of the soaps and the formulation that we provide. It keeps the moisture retention, the antimicrobial protection, because even though you're trying to get rid of bacteria, you have good bacteria in the skin, and we don't want that to be depleted, right? And it also improves the sensory qualities and everything. So all of this combined is what we try to capture in one product. All right, so all of this economic diversification is that it supports sustainable agro-processing and also helps to justify Jamaican agriculture sector and create a new commercial pathway for the farmers. Because goat milk is not really used much by Jamaica. We don't really drink it, we mostly drink cow's milk. So we use the goat milk. By the way, goat milk is as good as cow's milk. So we're trying to use the goat milk in another way that we don't have to use, right? And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm going to be open now for questions for our presenters. We take some questions at this time. How much time do we have, Mr. Ashley? We have about 5 to 7 minutes of questioning, so we can ask a question and record this. All right, I see the hands.
Good afternoon again. Yes. My question is, are there any, I don't want to say imposters, but are there any organizations selling soap that are not original from your brand that are just like an impression that may be the fake product that doesn't give us the same results per se?
Okay, so basically, you may see some of these soaps on the market, but everybody uses a different formulation. So we have formulated our brand, Case brand, okay? So here we have the gold medal with organ soap, this one. Right? So we can pass it around and you can test the probability, scent, and so forth. Right? So there may be the same blend on the market, but some of them there's no blend like that out there as yet. So we are trying to be the first to put out a blend like that. Okay?
Me and my class had a question that you guys do student listening also.
We have done the sensory test as yet. We are just in the initial phase. So we did the pH, so we know that it's neutral, but we have done the sensory aspect of it. That's it.
In terms of the expiration on the bar, because it's organic, what would be the expiration time?
We don't know as it as well. We're just in the initial phase. So we just made those batch 6 weeks ago. So we're looking to see what happened over time. So we'll have that before we put it out on the market.
Very interesting. Yes.
I actually told you good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Just to look at, you mentioned the lemongrass, we call it paper grass. Please let people know that the oregano, like I say, is the same French fire that we use. You know, if you want to get the same one, is it not? What's the difference?
Okay, so we're not using the beef meat or the beef fat. We're using the small one, the one that they call it.
The samples are wrong. No, the samples are wrong now.
I can get you can go for it, actually. Good. Okay, so we're not using the big beef one.
Not the big one.
No, the very small one. I think some person call it plant because it is good for pain as well as so we have developed some teas as well as herbs. So it's very fun.
Very interesting. So that's innovation here at Case. We are doing that. And my personal colleagues, because I think you're going to probably take it another step. Knowing you people and your how you go about research and so on. But are you thinking of treating a particular skin disease or so on later on? Are you looking into it? Because you spoke about the different compounds that you find in each of these plants and so on. It is something that you're thinking about, or you're just adding another brand or another store on the market. Because I know, utilizing these things, because there are a lot of skin diseases and so on, you probably can something.
Alright, so at this stage we're not really looking at treatments like treating disease or illness and so on, because that would be getting nearer medicine and so on. So unless we're going to involve persons in that field. So at this stage we're just looking at the students at the time.
So what we are hearing that we are utilizing what is in agriculture to make soap and not the market. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's it for us. I want to say thanks to my colleagues. The sample is here for you to just have a look at and have a feel the texture, the smell, and to see if you do the soap on your body coming from case. Alright? On behalf of the organizers of our research, they very, very innovative and very well put together. Very well put together presentation, and you have been a very good audience. If you have one other question, if somebody has one other question, we can take it until it's finished. Yes, please come.
That gold will come very significant. I was wondering why gold makes it come.
Okay, so we are utilizing the gold mill because it is on the use, right? So we are trying different alternatives to the norm, because first we mostly use the cow's milk. So we are using the gold mill so that we can decrease wastage on the farm.
Thank you. All right. All right, so once again, on behalf of the organizers of Wicked Church 2026, I want to say thanks to the surgeries, students who come for their presentation. Give them a little token and you will have it in your space. All right, just to remind you that the post on the back, students' work, you can, in the time, it's a reading done.
The Google thing off. Not working. I'm trying to get the Google up. Huh? Because I'm trying to get the Google up. This is. Let me try something else. Don't know if that is not working. Let's get started. But I don't know why this is not working. It's not going anywhere for me to log in. You said you can zoom up. Let me see something. Email.
Okay, so they don't need the person now, so they have
everybody's engaged with their posters around back there.
Begin our third session, and I'm craving your indulgence because this time our presenter will be online. Mr. Brown, are you able to hear? Mr. Brown, you're muted. Are you able to hear me? Okay. And again, I crave your indulgence because this session is a little bit different. Unfortunately, Mr. Brown cannot be with us physically, so the presentation will be via Zoom. Mr. Khalil Brown is a highly accomplished animal nutritionist and agricultural professional with extensive experience in livestock development, forage systems, and sustainable farm management. He currently serves as the best dressed feeds mill animal nutritionist, having transitioned from the Hypro division of Jamaica Broilers Group Limited, where he contributed significantly to advancing feed efficiency and livestock performance. Mr. Brown previously served at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries within the Livestock Research and Improvement Unit as Chief Livestock Research Officer, with a primary focus on animal nutrition and forage development. His work has been instrumental in improving feeding systems and promoting practical, science-based solutions for farmers. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, and a Master of Science in Veterinary and Animal Science from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, where he specialized in ruminant nutrition. His academic and research contributions include studies on the impact of husbandry practices on sheep meat quality, the use of effective microorganisms in improving wheat silage quality, and the development of locally sourced total mixed rations using indigenous ingredients and additives. In addition to his professional work, Mr. Brown is deeply committed to youth development and agricultural education. He serves as chairman of the 4-H Advocates Council and acts as a consultant and technical advisor to various farm enterprises and agricultural projects across the region. Widely recognized as Farmer Khalil, he has built a strong and influential social media platform dedicated to knowledge transfer, farmer training, and capacity building throughout the Caribbean. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to the sector, Mr. Brown is a recipient of the Agriculturalist Impact Award for his work in animal nutrition and youth development, underscoring his dedication to advancing agriculture and empowering future generations. And again, Mr. Brown will be presenting his research on the effects of local silage additives on exiled, partial, or total mixed rations, and audit review of TMR systems in Jamaica. And you are going to give Mr. Brown extra attention since he is not here physically. Mr. Brown?
Yes, hi. Sorry I didn't see the crow. Sorry for not being here. I'm off island. I appreciate always going back to Holland, where everything started, right? This to present. I hope you guys see the screen. Are you guys see the screen? This presentation on.
Yes, very good to see.
Okay, perfect. So let me begin. This research I prefer to the sponsor behind this work I've been doing sometime. The agricultural fisheries we built. The Jamaica Agricultural Board was a sponsor for this event. Hydro and ED.
And as we spoke about earlier, we're just looking at, what I'll say, the best feed delivery system I believe that's out here for Jamaica at this point, based on years of work from previous research like Dr. Jennings and Dr. Lau, who have a lot of knowledge over here for us as persons to look at and formulate our new future, how I think we should feed animals. So this picture up here, as I was working at Bodos and Bodos have this redevelopment project, and we're thinking about a climate smart production system. And one of our interests back then was to say, hey, we need to change the way we're feeding our animals based on those production parameters and the impact of climate change. So they seeing, in this
team machine, the role feed the animals and kind of go into why we use this word and to be more detailed how the data support this shift in feeding systems. So for one situation, I believe that Jamaica cannot improve on livestock production, not on livestock production, fixing our feeding system. We have a situation where back in the early 50s, we were hitting 40 million liters of milk, and now it's averaging between 8 to 12 million liters. Our average daily for cows over like 7 liters on average, we see cows from 60 liters to 50 liters, even during the peak performance. If we're supposed to compare this to the world, we see in Israel and the USA that animals have 40 liters of milk. Why we're seeing behind the animal farms. And I think it depends on inputs. I think one solution is to do locally what we can utilize in our rations to make that, to make our rations cheaper and more sustainable. We talk about feed security and we talk about animal feed security. And I probably have to grow pastures, and we know that poor pastures equates to poor farms. So what's the Jamaican farm reality? Quantity is a problem for us. We have farmers doing services and we can't get grass. We pastures need to slow. So we have seasonal pasture shortage, or dry season that impact on farmers have access to grass. We can't get clearing and moving out there. So we have an inconsistency of feed availability. We have a quality problem. So that's not just in tropical regions. We always say farmers will high fiber, poor protein stress, and this is compared to temperate climates like Brazil, Argentina. We see where their grass is really good, high protein levels, 50-80%, and higher. And so that we have this knowledge that we're tropics and do something. So personally, the pasture system is always something we talk about. It's cheaper, I have a problem. Yes, it is low cost, and it's a very simple system, but we don't have control over the intake, very climate dependent, and heat stress, they can impact animals over the water, the grass, the reduction in dry activity, and that equates to low productivity. So Dr. Jennings, deep research and also one point, spoke about the Jamaica group and said that for us to sustain this 4,500 liters after heavily depending on us, 50% of that should be concentrated. And to me, that's not a sustainable production system we want here. Sir Rolando, Professor Judah, Jamaica, spoke about climate change, impacts our animals, and we Jamaica experience heat stress, even right through the about weakness. Steady on the stress, and that may not temperature. Heat stress is more impacts drivers every day, and once I was interested, this is something that we have to consider. That's why I'm thinking about changing our feeding system, something intensive, and finally put our forages and local ingredients into our cultural activities. But if I was relaxing, I think I can tell you, with the best and hardest in class. So what I did not reach, what I did not go to research sometimes, just spend 3 years trying to identify what we call the best cutting in the pie. We cut the grass back and we are looking to go on the collect the grass being 4, 6, and 8 weeks, and we look at the nutrient profile, protein, fiber, to kind of find that sweet spot. What we discovered is that the grasses are different. So for example, bean grass, the idea that 8 weeks compared to a king grass, we can go to 12 weeks and get that the nutrient quality that we want inside. So this is solid information that we need and continuous research. I was with the students and kids and I should take up this type of model and allow us to better understand where it's to harvest the grass. This is a classic example. Mombasa, big grass from the body of Mombasa. If you see St. Elizabeth, when to be 6 and talking grass, you have the crude protein level right about 9.2%. Way back into the field, 12 weeks later, and if you look at the crude protein, it's 5%. You see that the production of crude protein as the grass grows taller. So what we recommend to farmers, if you guys want to harvest Mombasa grass, the sweet spot is between 6 or 8 weeks. And non-harvest should look at the raise that NDF means neutral detergent fiber, and it speaks about the thickness of the cell wall. The thicker the cell wall, the less nitrogen in the grasses. So 54% are NDF at B6, not bad, but it's reached to B12 as it goes to 69. So that means we're looking at something very fibrous, and what is very fibrous is hard for the animals to digest and extract the nutrients from the grass. So I want to quickly run away this and kind of put research into one thing. This is one that was done at Borders recently, where we got the effects of sand items on Mombasa grass. Right? The partners inside there was Borders, Jamaica, Wallis, and Trinidad. New Holland there. And we know that they have been limited for the seasons they spoke about that climate change is shifting that and we are feed shortage and performance. What we know is that Mombasa grass is a very good grass and has a low sugar content, and that means the fermentation potential for this water. So we need to figure out what additive we could add to this sanitary process to enhance the process. So there are 3 treatments: control, that is the alternative, we use molasses, and we use inoculants. And inoculant is a bacteria or molds or fungus that will act to silage and enhance the process. And we decide to play 3, 7, 4, 21 days and look at the importance of silage quality, which is pH, crude protein, MDF, the dry matter, and the fat. So when we look at the research, we saw that the pH decreased overall of the treatments. The ideal pH range was 4.9, which is pretty good. What we did molasses actually the fastest and strongest acidification. Better fermentation means better preservation. That means we could have this stored for a long time. Another reality was the dry matter. What was that molasses treatment had the highest dry matter? This means that the fermentation process was pretty good with molasses. That means we preserve the nutrients better using molasses compared to the alternative or even using the silage. Crude protein, we saw crude protein by day 10%, and we saw cyclic waste on the silage process is a very big number of components. So the additives did not significantly change the crude protein, and we saw a better preservation of the crude protein with the molasses. However, we start to increase, this is what we call microbial protein. So we have a breakdown in that increases in the bacterial protein, and this is pretty good. Microbial protein is what the ruminant species to enhance the production, to use as a building block for either milk or muscle. So in summary, silage is improved. Molasses is highly effectively used in silage and is essential for the transport system. So here we are also drawing this machine, and we go into columns and type approaches to small silage packages. So once we evaluate when this machine and we call it little silage. Keys was actually the experience of craft here. In the picture we already put the same thing here. some practice session with the side products. These guys is the quote on this ration one that we go to like one general trainings, you see how these machinery needs to be, and it's important so we're thinking that okay, so if we need to side products or any products, they could add to the TMR machine with other ingredients and they can complete ration. So we use different additives in this side, molasses, urea, and lactobacillus as additives. And what we see? For one, we saw definitely molasses again when we got a combination of the molasses and lactobacillus to the get results, much better results than we expected. So we realized that the slide here actually that showed like picture research was really looking at the mold growth, but really when we have molasses and effective microorganisms, we got less mold growth after we evaluate. This would become molds to break the nutrients. We don't want too much molds. So what we see is that with effective microorganisms, they have exponential growth, and because of that competition, it will lower the mold growth. So it's a good combination of the molasses and the effective microorganisms. So how quickly was this next one? This is again looking at the fermentation using different additives, and then what we did in my view is that Jamaica should move to a system where we could have total extraction packaged inside and sold farmers as a company. And we use a lot of the local ingredients. So some of the ingredients are steamed grass, which is very good grass, and do a lot of it in my piece. At this point, Red Stripe is doing cassava to make years ago. Cassava, oats as a byproduct, and a lot of industries. Depends on higher products, the figure, so we can say cassava, oats, cassava, timo, we steam up, and then some mango. Like you see the antics, the last issue and salt. Why added salt? As a lot of farmers like to use salt. And salt is really there's one added here just to prove them that hey, it's not a commodity if you can use it if you have low protein. Quickly run through this for you. If you look at the molasses, which is a purple line, and if you look at the control, you see the molasses at the end of 2080 and the lowest stage one. Control was bad, which kind of tells us that some of the grasses, which you can put at the right stage, they can drop the pH quickly without the penalty, which is a good thing, because molasses can cost. But if you want to enhance it, you need molasses. So look at the glucose at the side and see a level of glucose which is good. We want to maintain the glucose inside our silage process. So for the big map silage, we're looking at the pH, we want the lowest one, the molasses again, which is really low on the salt and the what we did was that because the body is vertical and more distant, the pH would remain the same throughout the entire body. If you look at the red salt and Adura, you see that at the top of the body as much. But as we go down to the middle, molasses have that pH level right through the entire body. They are like vertical right through the entire body. So the same pH will include dragging and molasses is key essentially because it enhances the entire process. Dry matter here, molasses again, maintaining the dry matter you want. Here we saw you are maintaining the NDF again, fiber molasses again, solve the seeds, some extraction, some breaking, cellulose, and the nutrients there. Then we did another one where we're looking at different formulation, tea grass, sugar cane, grain powder, and looking at canola. Canola is what we call very high 40% protein. So more advantage mix, and again, at different ratios, and use molasses and looking at the profile. Very similar trend. If you look at the molasses, right over here, you know it's pH at 40 days. If you look on the next side, the slides to the right, looking at this CKS and LLKS, if you want the molasses and the lactose, as well as CP and much lower pH levels compared to when you're not using the lactose and molasses, which again indicates that the cycle is enhances the process. Similar process to protein, it kind of maintains itself, might some reduction by day 24, especially when you're using lactose and molasses. This one also can be looked at total nutrition. So we can go here past the last year, so it will be rest in peace, but he had a stellar farm to total extraction for the dairy operation. What we need is connect his total extraction and inside it, open this head. Maybe he could mix this more often inside the students' farm and feed these animals. And he can be very into a business. He could just make total extraction inside and sell the farms. That was the value we take over of the TMR. This is 90% protein, 55% ADF, and ADF is there on the dry matter. And we added the additives. So molasses in the euro, we have 5% in our hands. Again, molasses at the end, you see lower pH values there, crude protein, across the protein and the using those additives. You see urea having such a good result, you see fluctuating right throughout. NDF again, you see urea again, you know, breaking down, probably for us to go to use that dry matter, not being maintained in a shape, urea again at the end, you see molasses and the lactose, you see better results for TMR. So outside of the scientific process we have phase 2, you want to look at the impact of feeding the same cell TMR to animals. So you look at animal here, chicken, where you have fish to live in animal, so went inside and expose the rumen, so we could actually go inside the rumen and pull out, pull out what the animal is intended and test it in the lab, ready for the pH and we're going to come out. So we have two different diets. Conventional diet, the animal was fed and spit. You want in the morning, in the evening, and you get like grain, you get grass in the morning, and you get concentrate in the evening. The TMR, everything is easy one, and we feed the animal. And this will show you the rumen pH. We did see a decline of both of these feeding diets, and what we like about the TMR is that we are less decline. That means there's a less once we get that drop, we'll go forward. We have the animal back on because we need to like something so TMR definitely show that the TMR is better for animals because it maintains the pH level that we want, significant that we want, that can cause rumen problems. We also look at the rumen, which is important. So look at the TMR in the blue line versus the red. TMR, we saw an increase now showing that the digestibility was pretty good and we see the fluctuations when it was at 1 million when 1 grams you see grow. By the time we make concentration, you see going low. So the idea that the concept of feeding TMR should have get better rumen efficiency was proven in this data. The third one we look at what we call the NDF digestibility. This really is what we should use as a parameter to determine if the feed or the food is being digested properly. So we have NDF 30 what I want to focus as the one to the left, and we have some minor adjustment in that. And you can see that the new TMR was 46 compared to the old TMR previously. So I can prove, I can't really too much use that because it's really for the private sector, they want to share the information. But just like making certain adjustments, even how we cut our grass and seeing cutting interval, and I said, hey, cut your grass at 8 weeks. We saw an improvement in the diet with this law. We saw up to a 10% increase in size distribution. This was part of the audit review. So we went around the island with farmers doing TMR, and farmers using like sharpening machine, just to look at the part of the size of the and its influence with the There's also some software that we can use, and this is again a part of the review. We're saying our farmers really using technology to the best because we have feed management software that can tell if you're overfeeding, if you're underfeeding, and what the mixing times look like, and this improves the overall digestion. That's how we got a 10% improvement in digestion because it's starting to pay attention to some of these parameters. We ensure that the mixing time was done properly. We ensure that when we're adding various things to the right more, that's significant improvement. So this is what the standard is, which is in red, and this is what we're getting in Jamaica. So if you look at the standard, we're always having, when the normal farmer only will always be cutting his grass and have too much at the top. You don't want that temperature, so that means we have too long fires, right? And that means the animal will slow the rate of passage, it takes longer to digest, so there are definitely improvements required in posing that way. Sharp our grasses to get the right engine up to ensure that we have the best moving efficiency. And I think that's it. So in conclusion, it does not have a lifespan, but that is a feeding system. I want to feed our feeding system and see that production improvement. So in conclusion, science can work. We need to add antiques to enhance the process. The TMR system that we have here in Jamaica is the future of ruminants. We see improvement in efficiency, we see improvement in digestibility once done properly. And at the end of the day, shifting to this system yes require capital investment that might not be attractive to investors, but we saw the improvement in production. Because when we got that 10% improvement in digestibility, we got 2% increase. Now we got 2 liters increase in milk, and that would be a good return on investment if you invest in the right machine and the right management of the farmers. So that's it for me guys. I hope you have some questions, so if not, it was really.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. And at this time, I'm facilitating some questions. I see some animal science students at the back. Okay, Mr. Brown, I have a question. Looking at what you presented, I'm looking at 2 implications here. You're looking to improve output and the health of the animals, and also in terms of sustainability or ability to provide feed for our animals. And therefore, based on the implications of that, what do you think is needed in terms of policy or ministerial support?
All right, so that's a very good question. One thing I think the administration will do is definitely allow forage production to be at the forefront of our ruminants. I don't think the government or the person that is pushing for forage production, forage as a crop, to the key need to be planting more sorghum. Farmers in the access, investors in the access to lands, they can go into forage production so they can feed animals. We're in a situation where the average farmer is impossible to get a certain amount of hay, or they feed good quality hay. That means we're feeding poor grasses, that means we're expecting good farmers. I think research is key because without this data, we cannot make the right decision. So policy to drive research, to allow students and kids, for example, to be a part of these research programs and tackling these problems at that level, and they will move now into a search or a treatment to inspire knowledge and bring this research capability and concepts to their farming system. I think this is significant improvement in performance. We need to move our milking from 7. We need to move from like 80 million back to 40 million, and only can be able to feed their animals. That I think is key for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. shipping. Global trade is very fickle, and if we're dependent on outside source materials for our feed, then we are in trouble. So looking at food security not only in terms of planting, but also our ability to feed our animals independent of global input. So thank you again, Mr. Brown.
No problem, anytime.
Okay, thank you. and group director and co-founder of is married with two lovely daughters and is mentor for several students and young professionals. Dr. Scott is a graduate of the University of Florida, where he received his MSc and PhD in food and resource economies. He is also a graduate of the Jamaica School of Agriculture and the University of the West Indies. Please help me welcome.
I could hear them and then they cut off.
Please
oh, okay, forward, no problem. Nice, all right. Go ahead.
No, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm very grateful for this. Right. So this is the data set that we're looking at in terms of your risk management strategy. You have about 9 value chain to look at, and you're looking at forward performance. Cross exporting that. In terms of farmers and fisher fuels, you have more than 250,000 registered farmers and fisher fuels. In terms of the Caribbean industry, in Caribbean, it's about 800,000. In terms of Haiti, it's about 1 million. So from that, you have about in terms of size, it's almost 6% of small and medium-sized farm. Farms are about 14%, which are on average 5 hectares or more. In terms of agriculture, the last year we are 140 fisher folks on 1,000 acres. Cooperatives have over 100,000 farmers, as many as 39 agricultural cooperatives and PMOs. Salaries on the farm average, you're on just less than $1 million, and then your whole wages anywhere from $4.36 an hour. That may be changing shortly. But this is the area that I want you to spend some time when we talk to the leaders and the teachers and whosoever involved. But we need to update the data set so we can come up with some more harder, stronger, and more robust data. But for the sake of this presentation, this will help us to show that what we're proposing is viable options for agriculture and fishing. Go ahead, Mr. Next slide. Now, when we look at the risk mitigation strategy, you have one which is called the statutory accurate plan for farmers and fishers. This is really not an agricultural risk mitigation because it does not satisfy some of the conditions that you look for in terms of risk mitigation, like revenue protection, income stabilization, capital for redevelopment, and investment. And then it's true way to promote to us marketing to farmer as an accurate plan, which basically is addressing some of the life and health situation of the farmers and fisher folks. It's an extremely good tool when making the needs of life and health insurance, but not necessarily enterprise on the farm. Next slide, Mr. Brown. The next one we looked at was the risk and the weather protection plan for farmers and fisher folks. And this is very important because it is a tool that covers wind-related drought insurance for the American farmers. And what it does is use parametric data or parametric trigger to indicate when a payout should be made. In a sense, it works under the assumption that there is data sufficiency. The efficiency must be addressed, and it is not backed by general inspection or forecast, and as a result, some of the time you may see things happening where you may have damage in one zone, and you may have next door neighbors that do not fall into the and the folks said Jamaica is small, but it has a lot of economic, ecological zone, a lot of microclimate, and that's and you saw the same thing, the same thing happening in Oregon, so the last next slide, what we have done, and you will be getting a copy of this paper, so rest assured we'll cover all of this. We look at the pros and cons of the parametric insurance. Yes, there's fast payout. Yes, it promotes investment because once the farmers are able to get this, we invest in high quality seed as well as sustainable practices. It does have a lower administrative cost. And of course, what might be, but this is where some of the issues which will go on the right hand side. In most times, they offer increased access to finance because the farmer is right to get financing protocol in place because there is an insurance. However, when you look at it in terms of disaster resilience, it seems to work best where you have climate measures to cover hurricane floods and droughts. So I expect excellent use this for equipment to manage your cash downtime. And I would recommend that you go to scale website and just together here. But here are the costs. Doing some business growth. One of the biggest drawbacks is the indexing that can be used at mileage. Well, it's still we look at produce the parts created. It's a very complex, but it is a non-limited tool that requires specialized understanding, so the educated. And this is where some of the students who are theoretically, the issue around the trigger functions that absolutely it should require for appeal the local agency, the city, and the faculty data that is now, it doesn't replace traditional insurance because if you where you're actually deductible, where you're actually using that as a purchase to what would be paid. Next, please. So I want to go through the fundamentals of what is risk and the types of risk in agriculture. There are 5 types of risk. Production, marketing, operational, human capital, human risk. They find define nexus to come. What is production? Production risk. First of all, you can be engaged by environmental strategy, insurance tools, which are towards corporations or insurance industry. But in order to do that, you will be able and you must. Next, please. Production risk. Anything that causes variability in outcomes or yield that affect terms of into the technology, especially when you're looking at farm management practices, genetics, machinery, or inputs. That's production risk. Next is production risk is that you may not even think about to your left. This is where small goods coming into the citrus field. The citrus producer cannot get certified for harvesting if you have moving all over the place. If you're a chicken farmer, if you want man or a group temperatures, the other one is cat or semi-infestation. Those are some of the things that will reduce your yield, and of course, reduce your income. Next slide. Marketing risk, again, it is always durability in outcome yield that affects your ability to achieve your marketing targets and enhance your financial goal, because that's what
and unanticipated forces. Some people call it uncertainty, some call it or the landlocked crisis, one actual future system. And that's why you need more your value chain and more your legislative engages you to be looking at from on-farm teachers history. Yeah. So what we have experienced distributed and then you have the temperature planes for playing in. So they are all integrated in terms of functional marketing next space. You know what it is? This is how it's a genuine expectation of outcome working on in terms of the leadership of people and the management of your systems. Functions that a farmer has to become. So really, next slide, please. These functions are be careful what you're doing when you're hiring, because you need to define the job description, your hire for sales, attitude for training, your personal teacher, your orientation, your training, your employee, your performance of your company. In most of the main irrigation system pumps, and if a worker does not know what's the pressure on the horsepower, you could blow up a brand new pump system just the very first day. So you have to educate them and make sure that is right. I've had that happen to farms I've been associated twice, even as recent as Russell Mountain, where the irrigation line was calibrated properly off it. So your human capital is very important. What needs to be is wanted, but you have to do quality control. And one of the ways you do that is in terms of training. Next slide, please. Financial risk. This is variability in achieving your financial income, individual cash flow management in your overall profitability. And especially in the case of small farms. Most small farms that's another so the question is, how do you look at this? And there is three components. Cost of availability of this, that is the cost of capital, and that goes into your fixed cost and your enterprise. But then the ability to recast in a timely manner, again from payroll, marketing, buying inputs and service that, and then the typical your income, your equity, and that goes into how you structure the enterprise and go to 4 phases of business, establish the expansion, or saying winding down. So financial important. Next slide, Mr. John. The next one is legal and environmental risk. And this comes from the activity of the operator while they're coming. And some of these legal risks for auctioneering contaminants of farm into what is are there contractual arrangements? Are there is there anything in place to call liability like negligence, intentional infliction or damage to a person or property? This is number 3 for us, one of the most important part we see with some of the small farms that are diversifying their cash flow by getting into agritourism and getting people to come on the farm, doing it on the farm, doing it on the farm. education that you have to understand compliance with the environment, like there are certain chemicals that are banned, cannot use them. They accept that certain chemicals license to use them. So how do you start managing this? When you look at the fact that you're and you're going to establish examples of those, start from knowing what you should know and doing what you know in the right place, because delay is the mother of expenses that will damage your enterprise and your sustainability of your operation. Next slide. First thing in checklist, list the type of risks that you will associate: production, marketing, human capital, financial, and the fit course environment. List 7 term priorities of your enterprise. Next slide, please. You do that now by first of all understanding what are the major risks that your business is going to incur and that is going likely to occur. You're going to identify the reliable sources of information and tools that are available. This is why I'm telling you that you can't be an information junkie, especially when you are going to teach farmers or run your operation. Then you ask yourself, is it better for me to go into an insurance program, or can I do non-insurance basically aviation to be able to collect and reduce expenses? And then simply put, what we are saying is that if you have 4 years of data, you have 3 more enterprises on your farm, you should be able to. So when you have 90, if you expect a basket of 90, the research has shown that 4 enterprises, 4 years of production will be correct. And of course, 3 distribution channels, and that's another important step when it comes to marketing, engagement, management. But those are some of the non-insurance institutions that you can use. Next slide, Mr. Jordan. You look at this, you find a certified crop insurance agent. So far, you have the primary here. Go to the website, find the agent here. Look at what you need in terms of your risk coverage. Is it 50%, 60%, 70%, 100%? Well, we ain't going 100%, but you need to know what that would mean in terms of capital. Will the landlord or partner be a part of the insurance coverage? Sometimes we can spread the cost with partners. Sometimes the landlord, if the leasing man, may request that they become part of the policy, so to speak. What coverage of them do I need? Establish that. And how I learn about all the products that are available, especially revenue insurance. And I'm going to go through that towards the end of the slide, if I'm permitted, with another slide.
The other one coming, the big one coming.
Next slide. Next slide. There are 5 sets of tools that we have seen when it results in developing especially for small. It starts with enterprise planning, the rural lending program in the parish where I was from, as 500 farmers. And each of them took the loan. It's only the farmers who the loan application was for crops. Those farmers who could blend that in a few goats or a few pigs were able to pay back the loan when they were a drought. As a result, sitting on the loan committee at PC Bank, we were able to get them to waive some of the use of the loan. 20% or 20% to do that stuff because we saw the onion field or the diversity field by a drought, we would set up the program and increase my meeting. Big thing, business plan, most farmers start. They don't know how they're going to market, they don't know how to finance their meeting, they have issues with labor, and of course, when the taxman call it, there are issues related to finding for superior. So the Institute developed two things that have started to work. And this is one called the Self-Insurance Management Fund linked to microfinance. And this is where there has to be an agricultural microfinance to help the farmers in terms of speed. But when you want to do the self-insured, the first thing you should do is find the enterprise budget that you're going to use for any of the enterprise and look at the major drivers that in event of a disaster, can I start back quickly? So those drivers would be seeds, chemical seed breeding stocks, chemicals, fertilizer. Most times, what we ask the producer to do is to set aside a fund that can be used to trigger some support. Once that savings is in place at the SACCO, at the credit union, or at the bank rate, and every time you make some deposit to make sure you see the manager, he knows if you put up $1,000 in that self-insurance management fund, you are able to get the seeds of money. When you wait on insurance or program, you can lose a number of cropping seasons before you can start, especially if it's something that you have to repair the beds, the terrace, the plots, whatever the case might be. So we encourage small producers, and it's something that is scattered across all the regions that we have been working in the ACP countries as well as the United States, where we encourage folks. Now, I'm not going to tell you that this works well for everyone, but what we've seen is that those who are in groups are able to do that. As a matter of fact, as an extension to that plan, we are currently going to something called AgShare, which is a method used for self-insurance that is not really almost functional anyway. Then, of course, the insurance-based strategy. That is where we get the private sector to be engaged and the government to be engaged. And I want to tell you, this is why I said there are 100,000 producers in 39 cooperatives. This is where the cooperatives association there. The first one is that for those who insure, like say the parametric insurance, especially for small businesses, the board is known as the non-disaster participants, and I have laid out the reference of this. This is where we pay a small premium, sometimes we get a subsidized premium, like in some places that we are working, and we private sector is engaged. This is one program that personally I'm encouraging our institute to get involved in the Caribbean, especially inside of Jamaica. Because the feature of this fits nicely into what we are doing. The next one is what is called unless that year from reduce nothing on the 4.5 million. You will be this to be able to have all the enterprise and the repair and want to use this into the cost rather than be very catastrophe that's done. But this requires data. You have to have your tax to show that you're producing, you have to have your planting schedule, register with rather, plan the time you're supposed to plan, because all of those data will come in when Mr. Just come to look at your stuff. And last but not least, you have to make sure that you fund records to substantiate when they're done. And there are critical campaigns. This is another one of the products that we want to pioneer with anyone that is interested in showing them how to set up these and how they can work. So a pool of 250,000, maybe 100,000. Because of what you've been experiencing and you're doing here in we now been saying most of the producers in the Caribbean for the last maybe 10, 15 years. Pioneer microinsurance piece here from 2006 to 2013. And then 2013 became a play. But it worked so well for producers who are always engaged to be able to provide the data. Those last two, those are the insurance for the non-insurance crop disaster, both on micro-insurance. Those are three tools that I want you as young practitioners to go in and think and look at them and come up with ways that they can work. And anywhere that it is possible, we will always make sure that we work with small and medium-sized users. Right across the globe, they vary in their form and their function. The top one, you don't have to get anybody involved inside of it. You're on your own. This next one, it is nice to get government involved as well as private sector to be So I have listed a number of references here that are available to you. And when you get this paper, I want you to go through these references and learn while you learn. Because once you become a proficient operator inside of it, you will always be our technician at the institute. And myself is always called to come in and to these plans, all of them, so that you understand the work in the East Africa, West Africa, the Pacific also. And I want to talk about this. We're currently developing a program called Global Ambassadors Program. I'm going to give you the website. You go there. We like to get engaged. We have 60 memorandum of understanding overseas that we use with various partners and individuals. Again, this presentation is going to be available to you in a paper form. You can structure it. I'm available. The website for the institute is NSIED.org. NSIED.org. Get inside there, put your information, general info, and someone will reach out to you. I am Samuel Scott, and my contact number is 954-326-1932. Again, 954-326-1932. I'm on WhatsApp, and I love to meet the officers and your Thank you very much for all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Scott. Please hold on. We got a lot of are planning to be, we got a lot of information on non-insurance and insurance strategies that can help with our risk mitigation. And so I'm going to ask you to Dr. Scott is still here. If you have questions, I'm sure that Dr. Scott will answer them. So we are going to be taking questions now. No questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
Dr. Scott? Dr. Scott, it seems as if you did a very good job because we have no questions. I thank you very much for making the time. Even though you are not in Jamaica, you made the time to give us this information, and I thank you so very much. And I'm sure that whatever you have given to us today, that we're going to use it to the best of our abilities, because in these days when we have changing weather conditions, we are going to need this information, especially those of us who are going into agribusiness. Thank you very much again, Dr. Scott. Have a good rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much. I hope you want to begin and follow up with the documentation, and we're available at any time. Thank you very much, and all the best with my regards to the president, the board, and all the staff, and I'll be seeing them sometime this year.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Okay, thank you very much for being such an attentive, what it is now. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that you were taking notes and that you will use the information that you received today. Thanks again. Have a good day. Rest of the day.
Can I take this down?
I'm not sure. Where should I put?
is Dr. Sandra Hamilton, Acting Dean for the Faculty of Foods and Agriculture. Dr. Hamilton. So let's have her as she will introduce her.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. No, that's too late. I will call and speak for you. Good afternoon! I'm so excited to be here. To begin, I have the best set of students at the Faculty of Food and Agriculture. I have the best students in the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. And they're going to start explaining to you in song about food and policy.
From field to table, every grain of rice. From field to policy, we paid a price. It is one thing, the ground and more. us free from the research flow, from the roots of the earth to the ones we control, from the beat to the labor, from the soil to the pro. Every farmer's story must be heard and not just recovery. Serving on action is a dream of quality for your farms. Connect the feet, connect the mind, make another team from field to table, every grain of rice, from field to policy, we create pride. They want me, the round table, what good is the knowledge if it never reaches the floor? Right on me, where it reaches the floor. From field to table, every grain of rice, from field to policy, we pay the price. They want me, the ground said more. What good is the knowledge if it never reaches the shore?
So let us thank you now. Let us thank the third year agri-education students for that introduction. Hello, Captain. I review something I'm going to be next. So let me say again, these are our future, actually current educators. And if you want good quality people in the classroom, then you need to encourage them. So I'm going to say it one more time. Please, can the third year. I'm going to invite those standards back to come forward a little bit and share with you how we are going to run this session. So welcome to Case Research Day 2026. Our theme this year, Advancing Resilient and Sovereign Systems through Research, Innovation, and Disaster Risk Reduction. And our theme could not be more urgent nor more timely. Our panel discussion is going to look at leveraging this. How do you use research to build Jamaica's agricultural resilience? And you will know that this sits at the heart of the theme because the agriculture sector right now is at a crossroads. We're at the intersection of climate vulnerability and food security. We're at the intersection of economic pressure and institutional response. And it demands that we move the research out of the archive and into action. So today we've assembled a panel of voices who bring perspectives from institutional leadership, risk management, plant science, and student experience. And I invite you to listen, not just for information, but for insight. And I invite you to be challenged by what we share. Each panelist will deliver 5 minutes, and then I will pose 2 questions. So let me begin by introducing
the president of the College of Agriculture. And Dr. Derek Hernandez, well, do I need to introduce him? He has such a wealth of knowledge, not just in agriculture, but in business. And he is making our college data-driven. He's making our college focus on research and how we make that research real. How we make that research applicable to the farmers, to the educators, to the people in the industry. And so, as he is transforming us into world renown, I invite Dr. Hernandez to say a few words.
Okay. My perspective on the process, for those who know, I spent 20 plus years in life where the theme is publish a perish. So you never have a choice about the research. And I and I still love it because I'm not really about the time to do more. But when I do have time, I actually research and write. So I still write. And one of the things you recognize is that if you look at Jamaica as a whole, we don't have a very strong research culture. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality. There's a belief that whatever you can fight, can acquire. But the foundation for the long-term sustainability of any successful society is research. But our research is not accurate because there are individuals that need quite research. We are from Unilever. But Unilever tends to research in science and not necessarily in areas that affect agriculture. But while we all have research, that research is not only the ground, it's not applied, it's not really anchored. And so we see an opportunity for this at the outsourcing.
And at that point, I'm going to stop you. Thank you so much. And then I'll introduce Ms. Lee Ranger, our second panelist. Am I loud enough? Yes? And she brings to us a wealth of financial information, looking at our policies from the position of risk analysis. She's currently the acting director of enterprise risk management at the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, where she supports senior leadership in identifying and managing risks, and also in developing priorities. Her work focuses on strengthening resilience through structured risk frameworks, strategic risk planning, and evidence-based decision-making, especially in the context of climate change, environmental sustainability, and water monitoring. And she's led this, wow, how long? So with no further ado, I invite Ms. Rachel to give us a few words.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished members of the panel, faculty, students, and colleagues. It's a privilege to participate in the Research Day at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. My name again is Leah Rangel, and I'm here representing the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, where our mandate focuses on strengthening Jamaica's resilience with modernized policy frameworks, coordinated implementation, and strong oversight across water, environment, and climate systems. Today's theme is particularly relevant because agriculture sits at the intersection of all three. As a small island developing state, Jamaica is inherently vulnerable to climate shocks and risks. And that vulnerability is not theoretical, as we've seen recently with the Hurricane Melissa, which has caused catastrophic damage to infrastructure, agriculture, and livelihoods, particularly across the productive belt. At the ministry, our response is grounded in a long-term strategy, advancing the implementation of Jamaica's climate agenda under the nationally determined contributions, strengthening environment and climate policy frameworks, and improving water security, which includes expanding access and infrastructure. What experiences like Hurricane Melissa and Beryl have reinforced is that resilience is not just about public policies, but it is about how effective these policies can be translated into action. Frameworks like Jamaica's National Adaptation Plan are critical because they provide a structured approach to identify risks, prioritizing interventions, and guiding coordinated action across sectors. However,
You're allowed only one more sentence.
one more sentence? Sure. Just to reinforce the gap that the community sees in execution and timeliness, ensure that research translates to decision-making and action. And so this one, resilience is not built in theory, but it's built in how systems operate under pressure. Thank you.
How systems operate under pressure. That is how we define resilience. And our next panelist is resilient. He hails from the parish of Trelawney. Nicholas has a deep passion for agriculture, and he says he's a son of the soil. Well, he's from Trelawney, which is next door to me, so I'll agree. So his journey started at Nakalva Polytech, and he is here at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. He's a third-year student in the Bachelor of Plant Science. He's also done his internship at Oregon State University, and I've had the pleasure of reading comments that they have sent back to us to say how well he has done. He has represented the college and our island well. Please welcome Mr. Nicholas.
So good afternoon, students, stakeholders, lecturers, and professors, students, and members. First, I'd like to thank everyone. And some research, education, and service reduction. These are the issues we face in our culture sector as adults. And I think we should have exactly. So first off, in that last year, it was working this it's significant damage to agriculture industry and even the year before, we had working with diseases, those which are viruses, previously for allegation that was totally as it pertains to law, there are new challenges as it pertains to for of our culture. Something that we don't because mitigate these issues before they get to the point where they start doing serious damage to our community. And the reason this is so important is that we spend too much time importing the results of research in this country and actually producing our own research. A good example is what the proteins and analyses. We did that importing the fear banana, and fear stands for but policy around this which one we are seeing agriculture research organization and we organize the fear varieties we actually have a fear point, the fear 25 properties. So I think we need to start focusing on native research, using what we have here. I'm going to talk about that man is very honest, which is Dr. T.B. who this time and created different varieties of beef and dairy. And I think it's possible. So another reason why it's so important as well is that.
And that would be last.
The reason it's so important is that I think proteins are geopolitical issues in large and social companies. We don't know how long we're going to have access to certain outfits that we use on a daily basis. So we can start planning about these issues and things before they happen.
So I'm going to go from the student to the person who's talking. And I'd like to introduce Ms. Chevelle Richards, our fourth panelist. And she works in plant science. She works as an educator. She works in research. And so the person who is connecting home to the unknown, she's the person who is saying, you didn't dream big enough. You did not dream big enough. And if the dream is not big enough, then the facts will not come. And she views her professional journey through the lens of a coffee bean, processing, and in agriculture research, provide the nurturing shade for growth, while the guidance of technocrats help her shape her path, and she has cultivated her authentic aroma. And that's a distinctive contribution to the post-harvest technology and value chain development. And her aspiration is that it becomes luxurious and valuable as a commodity within the nation's food sovereignty framework. Committed to change, I introduce Ms. Chevelle Richards.
Thank you. And so, thank you for having me on this very important topic in our agriculture department right now. So for me, what is key reflects or what is missing is that we are now at a place where we finally decide to develop a model that can help us in achieving food security as well as food sustainability, right? So Jamaica is limited on today's research or production. What we have is to develop a model that can actually develop a system that works for everyone in the policy. Currently right now, we are all aware of what climate change is doing. However, our voice is not loud enough to reflect what climate change is saying to us as a nation. So therefore, research will have to be the foundation in the system that my generation as well as future generation will be able to have access and availability of local crop production. Thank you.
Impressive. So if you think your boss can talk, can I challenge you?
My boss?
Yes, your boss, Dr. Deslandes.
I hope you do.
So, Dr. Deslandes, in your experience, where is the biggest disconnect between agricultural research and what is happening on the farms? Where is the biggest? That's part one. And then, how do we here at the college close that gap in practical use?
critical miscellaneous is a unit system. However, it's a disjointed bits of. There's no culture in South Korea. They developed what we call an innovation system that translates innovation research into on-the-ground, impactful, value-added opportunities for business and consumers. That is something we focus on. Yes, we can produce good research, but translating that requires resources. We tend not to support research in a way, so it's something we need to advocate. There is a recent movement at the Ministry of the new Ministry, Innovation and New Ministries, to fund research and research into practice. CASE has an opportunity because so it's a way for us because on the ground. But from a national level, it requires a much more consistent, more organized structure to move this process forward.
So, Angel, how they use our research findings, how can that be translated into policy? How is that translated into policy, which is evidence-based, which is timely, because sometimes you get the policies 50 years after we needed them, and policies that are responsive to the real challenges that the farmers, that the Jamaican people on the whole are seeing on the ground, especially climate.
Thank you for that. So, as you highlighted a while ago, the whole timely. So what we found is that data exists, but to translate that into action, policy, and where decisions are actually being made, there is a gap. So firstly, as it relates to evidence-based decisions, setting up systems that capture Secondly, as it relates to being aware of what is on the ground, that requires engagement with our farmers to understand what the real challenges are and ensuring that is incorporated into our policies. And that is continuous, because these challenges evolve, and so if you have that the better man. And different ministries. Just to finish here, climate resilience or climate adaptation, slow decisions are failed decisions. We don't get the time in the next down, we have a problem right there. Thank you.
So I hear you speaking of something that looks like a spider web. I hear all three persons so far have spoken about interconnectedness. You have spoken without saying it about the challenge we have of communication. Now I say to people that as Jamaicans, we are excellent researchers. We know everybody's business. But sometimes the business that we're chatting about one person here, the other person don't know. In fact, sometimes the person chatting don't even know. So, thank you. Mr. Foster, to what extent are our farmers then involved in this discussion? especially our small scale and our vulnerable groups? How are they being
All right. So I think that in Jamaica we have this mindset we focus more on the larger stakeholders and tend to ignore the opinions and concerns of people who are not necessarily at that level of the industry. So because of their opinions, concerns, and issues that they face tend to be overlooked and not taken into the full picture of what's going on in the sector. So I think that we try to do more systems and more efforts for them to communicate and communicate with policyholders as to the issues that they're facing, things that they're noticing in their area, and things that they think need to be changed to pertain to what culture is carried out, and the systems that in place that we are affected by.
what is that going to look like on the ground? How are we going to get the farmers to be communicating? Walk me through what that would look like.
So the first thing that we could do is that we could create better mental outreach. So as it pertains to technology, everybody has a cell phone nowadays. We could create like an app or like a website, etc., where you can voice the concerns. We do currently have extension services as it pertains to unfortunately extension officers, but most of them tend not to reach the most remote areas, and as a result, some people still feel left out. So we create like an app and they could voice a concern, voice an issues, they could speak with people and people that they experience. We could also look at ways of trying to reach out to them, but some of them are probably not necessarily so versed in technology or have access to internet, etc. Especially most of the use of rural areas, they don't even have access to internet. So we could find ways and means of reaching out to them, with the industry and outreach drive, heading to more rural areas and remote areas, speaking to these farmers, asking them what they're experiencing. Because the thing is, I think that their concerns are also valid and can be used in the global sector and also in the nationwide sector as it pertains to what issues are taking place at home.
Thank you. One is then to is you do not so that's what you do. And there is enormous potential. We can speak about climate resilient crop varieties. We can speak about soil health. We can speak about post-disaster recovery. So for you, what is the biggest between what we already know in plant science and what is actually reaching those numbers?
Okay, so what I think we're actually experiencing right now is a cultural barrier where we're doing research, but when it comes on to innovative application, we're struggling that area. For instance, currently right now in plant breeding, locally most seeds are being if you and one of the reasons why there is what do you call it, a saying that says no, that culture saying alone will reject that local seed, because most farmers, well actually, as you mentioned, small farmers, they see farming as a livelihood. Therefore, it's a risk in them trying at seed that they're not sure about the productivity. Your research alone will not be able to convince a farmer who is dependent on his stocking production to feed his family to want to try your seed. So therefore, what we're having right now, we're having a cultural barrier that is impacting innovative application. We're not adapting to what is known. We're too sick to what was
and what is working and not so much in a modern food security.
Wow, that's so powerful. My challenge is that you just challenge me. If it is, you spoke about the need for seeds locally, and then you said locally developed seeds, but then you said all farmers want foreign goods. That's what you said, yes? Yes or no? So that's basically what you're saying. So I'm going to ask our president, how do we move from the foreign-mindedness to recognize that what we have, and part of what we're seeing in Jamaica right now, is that we cannot find fruits and foods that we grew up with. Is that when we develop our foods, like the Alternate, it's somebody else recognizes how brilliant it is, and it's patented in Cuba. Our keynote today spoke about Turkey. CASE now is an institution of learning, of higher education, and we have a mandate to impact community. So what role should institutions like ours play in ensuring that what Ms. Richard what we're doing, because they are studied abroad. How do you bring that technology from there and say, we are improving here what we have, and we are good enough?
Well, Professor Morrison made the point that Nigeria needs 6,000 scientists. The seeds you import are backed by centuries of research. So you come right back, if you're not researching, you will produce seeds that allow the farmer to get a reasonable return on his investment. But we have to start somewhere. What needs to happen is that we need to build a local seed bank. It means harvesting those seeds. It means storing them. It means reproducing them and improving on the quality of those seeds. That's a critical. It's not just seeds. It's animal genetics. It's right across the board. TP produce 4 breeds of cattle. And one of them is on life support, because we have not, in the 70 years that the breed was declared, we have not done any research, much research to preserve it. So I think the first read numbers, we can attract more persons with a willingness to get into that type of research. You also need to develop a local seed bank, semen bank, whatever it is, so you can preserve the genetics that you have. And genetics, whether it's in plant or animals, it's the same problem. So where we can have that value, we are actually developing an MOU with the University of Guelph to develop a local seed bank. So we're starting the process. Unfortunately, we're starting with imported seeds, but it's a start. Hopefully we can start, once we get the process going, we can start harvesting local seeds and try to build and improve on them.
So, Dr. Zeslan, is saying that we will take the foreign things and make it local, so then, even though we're starting out a little bit foreign-minded, because it sounds like we don't have that much choice, because, and this is a reality in the world, where's the money coming from? And are we as Jamaicans invested enough in ourselves? Because it does take investment to set up and sustain. And so, Ms. Rangers, we look at the risk, because agriculture is risky. Every farmer, regardless of size, will tell you about the risks and their fears of losing everything. Hurricane Melissa just proved that our lending, our financial institutions don't want to lend because it's so risky. So from your perspective, how well does Jamaica's current policy framework account for those layered risks, climate, economics, and social that the farmers?
That leads to that risk from the farmer's perspective. I think as reactive approach when things go wrong, how do we fix? And I believe that we have a very solid framework, but resilience isn't just a reactive, it is also about proactive and think about before disaster strikes, before the risk strikes, how do we navigate? And that's essentially risk management. Anticipating what could happen and positioning oneself to prepare for that. And so as it relates to what exists or what could potentially exist, for this past hurricane, as soon as the hurricane had passed, we had access to our bond. The event occurred and that was triggered. Farmer approach, planning for policies, that's not just focusing on the agricultural sector, but thinking about adaptation and when disaster strikes, what is impacted. So we think about our infrastructure. How do we at this point ensure that climate resilience is infiltrated in these policies? And then also farmer level support. So I know that that's at a real risk where a farmer may want to try something new, but the risk of it not working out and knowing that this is their primary livelihood or source of income for their family. And so looking at what exists currently as it relates to financial support from DBJ, these various institutions that provide assistance, and looking at that gap as it relates collaborating with the stakeholders, not just the bigger players, but some of the smaller players, getting an understanding what their needs are, what the gaps are. How do we understand that and try to bridge that financial gap?
So, based on that, let me see. Ms. Richards, how are we equipping the next generation with tools, not just to do the research, which we do here, but to conduct the research? You mentioned that cultural gap. So how do we train people to translate our findings so that our culture can relate? Have our researchers move from this very academic, theoretical language into a language that moves the farmers, the communities, and the government to act?
I believe we need to change the mindset of what research represents. Because currently, most persons see research as statistics, as well as the writing reviews and discussions, right? That's what most persons, when they speak of research, especially to students, that's what they're thinking. However, that's not research. The purpose of research is to solve problems. Therefore, I think what we need to do is to develop a model where each person within the value chain benefits equally. Therefore, as a lecturer, our students need to know what the farmers are experiencing and not what we think. Our research needs to be more aligned to our cultural situation
that are affecting farmers and not just the sciences. Because most time, what is affecting our industry is not a science issue, but it's more a cultural problem. So we're now at the place where we need to mix science along with culture to apply innovative solutions. Additionally, when we speak about our current generation, we have to encourage a system where research can be respected. Oftentimes, especially in the private sector, they have something referred to as product development, right? Where all of us can testify that genetics is not the same thing. That is because changing their model to fit today's society, right? So if we want to develop a generation of researchers who can be respected for what they're doing, we have to create a system or a model that appreciates everyone in the value chain. Farmers need to be able to can also work with researchers. Researchers are to be able to get, when you do a research, it should have somewhat of credibility where it can be applied. And for the last,
I'm going to then move on to our youngest person on the panel. Many young people are leaving agriculture. What would make the sector more attractive to them? That's question one. I'm giving you 2 parts. And how can research help make that case? So what's going to make it more attractive to the young people, and how do we use research to make that case for our policymakers?
All right, so the first part of that question, and I like that question because it does see that it goes to. So the first section of that question is this, right? It's not just simply, so we can start with say a career, right? Because we have the career up in primary school. How many people came to career as a farmer? And I think there's multiple careers where doctors, lawyers, firemen, policemen, etc. And I think the main reason is more of a in fact, that we don't think of somebody who is applying research or somebody who is doing things to make the benefits function, somebody who is putting on 4 o'clock in the morning and shoulder in a wall, we can go talk to you wherever. And that's the idea that comes to our mind. And I think to integrate more technology and culture in Jamaica, to show them more advanced side of farming in general. And not just show them the small farmer who's doing something who's technically trying to think. And we need to also think about the risk aspect of it as like you mentioned as well, is that the majority of farmers in Jamaica, they're living from crop to crop. It just takes one hurricane, just takes one flood, it just takes one bad crop, and your entire livelihood is gone. And that also is close to home as well. My father's farm was severely impacted by the Hurricane Melissa, as he lost typically lost every single balance for one in the entire farm. And when people see those kind of things happening, they're gonna say, okay, why not get public sector worker, even if there's a hurricane or disaster, and still they have to promote the income. Because every day people have bills to pay. So we need to start looking at things from that perspective. We need to think of, are there insurance policies in place that the person is doing farming can say, okay, if my crop goes under, is there some support for me to still have an income to feed my family, or to further myself as it pertains to taking care of myself? We need to say, okay, what is here for young people? And I will applaud the government definitely, because there are moves being made to improve young people in countries. So that the Read Startup program, which was done to help give young people a bit of a start in a culture where they're receiving chickens, or land, or goats, etc., or seeds. And there was also the AgriPark system where people under the age of 25 were being given, I think, the first year of the land free as well as operation free for 2 years. So I do want to say that there are no being made. But are you showing the youth the other aspects? Because when I went to OSU, for example, we hardly spend any time actually in the field, in the field. Almost every aspect of a culture to them by a tractor or by some form of. So the land is towed by a tractor, a tractor, harvested by a tractor. But farming in Jamaica, it just also feels very sound, like you're working extremely hard, and when you're working extremely hard, at the end of the day, you could do all this work investment and end up with nothing because maybe the crop failed or disease failed, and things like all that. I like to do. And as it pertains to researching, we need to start looking at what are the things preventing you from jumping the farm. And it's also, I think also parents are participation as well. Because if you are a child growing up and you say to your parents, hey, I want to be a farmer, unless your father is a farmer, you're going to say, why not be a doctor or a lawyer or something more prestigious. So if you go see his brother, or go see uncle and say, hey, my son wants to be a farmer, it's not going to go very well in that Christmas Eve and whatever. So I think we need to do some research into these aspects, into the cultural aspects of our culture, and say what's preventing them from going to farming, what needs to be done to make farming more attractive, what things make them, what things do they gravitate towards, how can it integrate the things that they gravitate towards into farming, then encouraging the concept as a viable career option. And also I think we need to also farming doesn't necessarily have to be your main all be all. You can also get an aspect of your income. You can also do something on the side. So you can also you can be at school doing your doctor job, your lawyer job, or something else. And maybe have a half-acre land somewhere that you grow some fruits or you grow some bananas or something. And it can be a balance. So I think we need to start doing some research, getting involved with these and showing them more advanced and etc.
Thank you so much. He has a lot to say. Generation where you were farming, you were a slave. Was the wealthy who farmed. And even here, if you look at our so-called people, they have farms. They have farms. Why can't we have farms that size, which are mechanized and led by technology? Where is the research? Those of us, because we're mostly hillside, where is the technology that allows us to have our tractors timing 90-degree angle? I wanted to invite our audience, if you have 2 or 3 questions before we wrap up, please come to the mic.
All right, so we spoke about what is causing our primitive mindset with farming, right? Coming to the school, I'm a first year, so coming to the school, I learned a term called value added in econ, right? And I think we don't stress that enough. As I said earlier, we are always like Black history, we were all farmers enslaved and whatever, but we don't really stress research, we don't really stress scientific development, we don't really stress learning how to implement all of these things into the farms, right? Back home, I've always looked down on farmers until coming to change your mindset around adding value to each of our farms. So let's say you grow crops, you grow peppers or whatever. Instead of telling the farmers, oh, keep growing more, buy more acres of land to grow more peppers, what about telling him, grow the peppers, create pepper sauce. No, that's going to force you to mechanize your farm. They want to be more efficient, right? So stuff like that, keep on forcing or set a standard that forces the farmers to keep on adding value to their farm. Earlier, I heard somebody say something about creating, I don't know what's the term they use, but almost like unionizing the farms or unionizing farmers. That causes you to hold yourself to a higher standard. Right, so I think that may help with the mindset change.
Thank you so much. That's an interesting view. And it's not just telling us to add value, but the research that is needed. Because you mentioned pepper, I used to have 40 acres of pepper. Here is the challenge. Where is the research that tells me how when I dry my pepper, I'm from Manchester, how do I keep the areas very down? So the need for research is never ending. There was another question or comment?
Yeah, I first of all, this was an excellent panel.
Thank you.
It's the sort of panel that you hope, some policy, sort of high-level policy maker is, no, I'm serious, I mean, really was good and very rounded. But you're talking about research, because to me, research suggests the drive for or search for innovation. And I think that innovation can be in the classroom, it can be in the lab, but also it's in the field. And how much are you all geared, like at a case or other places of learning or research, to finding out what farmers are innovating? Because they're the ones who are actually, they're through usage, through observation. Because I think science, a big part of science is observation. Through their own observations, their own usage, their own experience. How do you tap into that to create innovations, or to, and once you tap into it, how do you then, sort of spread it then? That's, and just very quickly though, I just want to make one quick comment about mechanization, etc. Most of Jamaican farming, I think, is small farming. Yeah. How do you also encourage entrepreneurs to, for example, somebody go buy a tractor and make money?
Thank you so much. Does anybody want to take that on?
That is happening, but it's probably not enough. One thing that we certainly have learned that I'm not buy a tractor. We really need 2 or 3 tractors, because when that tractor breaks down, it takes a while for that to come back. So it's certainly an area of focus. But I think the larger question is that we need to be more systemic in our approach. We tend to be inconsistent, and we tend not to be aligned with what we're trying to do. So we start over here, somebody's coming with something else, so there's a need for us to be focused on what it is we're trying to do and to achieve. We interface with farmers all the time, but we also ourselves are farmers. So there is a twofold process. One, we try to understand what farmers are doing, outreach efforts. But we also look at what others are doing around the world to see how we can incorporate within our own practices. So, example, use of drones. What we use is on our own farms. Right now, we only use drone technology to fertilize and feed our plants. We offer services to other farmers. We're teaching farmers how to apply these drones. We work with the ministry to broaden that opportunity to other farmers can benefit. So we don't see farmers buying drones, not necessarily cheap. But the point I'm making is that it's a process, it's an iterative process. You see what farmers are doing, but you also yourself, because you are a farmer, and you're facing the same struggle the farmers are facing. You're able to make that adjustment sometimes to do things that the farmers will see and benefit. So every day on the case farm, there are persons coming to see what we're doing. How we operate our goat houses, the type of goat houses we build, how we feed them, how we breed them. So there's a constant stream. So we need to do more, right? And we have been working to build out outreach efforts. But it's something we recognize as an area of concern, and an area where we could build capacity to encourage farmers to do more with what they have.
As innovation as well, recently I did a course on climate finance, and it was very interesting because the case study was a country in Asia. So I think what another approach to is to look at similar states, small island developing states, seeing similar disaster risks that they face and almost aligning and trying to say, okay, this is what they do, this is how they manage, how can we retrofit it for our country, or what approaches and practices can be practiced here. We don't only face hurricanes, we also have drought issues. How do we manage the water resources? Are we rain harvesting? Are persons educated? Is that a program that we're actually looking at and learning how to roll out? So I think as it relates to innovation, there's different approaches, but I think looking at similar societies that face similar disaster risks could be a good starting point on how we can take these risks. And I know researchers here also mentioned climate resilient crops. You know, is that something that we are currently invested in here? Are the farmers actively rolling that, and you know, just looking at how we can manage. So that's
I see one question. Please stop.
Afternoon. I would have listened to a question that Ms. Richards would have responded to earlier. I'm not sure if her representation is anecdotal, but I'm trying to figure out what data set informed your assertion that farmers are reluctant to support locally produced germplasm. That has not been our experience, right? So can you assist me in figuring that one out?
Okay, so I was just giving an example, actually, is a plant breeding. However, being a researcher myself, what I've experienced thus far with farmers is that when it comes on to anything whatever you suggest to them that is new, there's someone can be reluctant. But as a RAD officer, you will be the forefront to the farmers. I think you can also help me to also understand that we have different categories of farmers. So my questions are more targeted to small farmers. And as I was indicating, I was saying that many times when you have a small farmer who is depending on his production for livelihood, if someone can be difficult to persuade him in actually trying a new type of variety, right? Right, so I was more looking at more risk as it relates to applying innovative application with our young researchers.
And I will follow up with that, is that we need to also recognize that every parish has its own culture. We think of Jamaica as one huge, no, every parish has its own culture. My class and I, we can also farm. And when we went to look yesterday, what we saw was that the farmers had put 3 seedlings in each hole. And we recognized then that there is a gap, there is a space where we need to begin to have a different type of conversation, where we're saying, hey, and none of us thought of it. We didn't give you seeds because we wanted to ensure that you succeed. But no, what is going to happen? I also think in part of that discussion is showing us the money. Can you prove to me as a farmer that what are the economic gains when I follow what you say I should do versus what I know? And again, that how do we, and this is qualitative research that needs to be done, to look at how do farmers look at us.
Hi, sir, from RADA. I have a question for you. So you guys are the face. My you guys are the ones that are forefront in sharing information to the ministry and to the farmers' problems.
So if I understood you correctly, you're asking what role RADA should be playing in ensuring that what research is translated to. Well, I'm going to RADA's core function, building capacity with farms, is to bridge that gap between research and what happens in the field. In other words, we get to decode what the research says and break it into usable bits that every farmer, so you may even have a challenge in terms of literacy issue, but we are able to decode that for you. That's our specialty, decode that for you. So I guarantee you, once that research is made available, we will decode it for them. I want to tell you, the reason why I asked the earlier question is that these days, farmers will inform you as an extension officer. They are already prepared. Because of this AI and whatever they can get, they will be prepared for you before you approach them. So it forces us in a position where we have to be way more prepared to approach the average farmer, just the average farmer. So I want that mindset to be expanded to include our new reality, that we no longer have those farmers who are resistant to anything at all. They are willing to try it at least once. Put it one side and see what's for them.
I'm asking, I need to manage this, or else we will not go home. We have one more, and that's it, because I don't want to think I can't go.
All right, so I have a feeling I have somewhat of a $1 million question. Good afternoon, colleagues, everyone, invited guests. So I would like to inquire a little bit about the relationship or the partnership between us, the researchers here at CASE, and RADA, because it sounds to me like there is a bit of a gap, doesn't it? Right. So, what does that relationship look like, and how can we develop this relationship?
And I am going to not allow that question to be answered, but what I will say is that we need to have discussion, and we spoke about communication earlier. So there needs to be more informed discussion and communication, because if they don't know what we're doing, they can't. And if we don't know what they're doing. So that collaboration can be improved. And it's always an ongoing process. It's always an ongoing process. Panelists, I have two things for you. I'm going to ask you the easy one first. Are you ready for the easy one? The easy one is you heard the students perform a song that was written just for this panel discussion. I would like each of you, and I will start with Mistress, to give me the title of a song based on the content we just had.
Unique title?
Unique title.
I would say it was stand up and fight the system in order to achieve full sovereignty.
That's too long a title for a song.
All right, stand up and fight the system.
Thank you. And
resilience, not
you know, these academics, which song, small acts, songs have like if you want people to remember something, it's 3 to 5 words.
Okay.
We're doing music here.
Okay.
Come on.
Resilience. We are proactive.
All right, so for my song title, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I would just say stuck in the past.
Stuck in the past. Thank you.
Can I pass? I pass.
You're not allowed to pass, but hold the mic. So what we have heard then is stand up and fight. And that's what we're doing here at CASE. We have heard that we are resilient people. And we've heard that not only are we resilient, but somehow we need to get that out to people. And the best way is through music. Get that out. And be proactive and not be stuck in the past. Should I thank you all or should I make your life hard? So, is there a last comment from each member of the panel? Let's start with Dr. Kirsten.
I think looking at independent battles, I think we're at that. It's all need to recognize what we will be and what can do if it change. That's necessary. I think all of us understand what needs to happen. But we can do it and somebody to deliver us. We get the one to work to make it happen.
So speaking about ownership and taking responsibility.
All right, so my point would be modernizing agriculture. I think we need to start implementing new technologies, new methods of doing things, and finding new way of doing things. I think that too often we're too caught up in saying that I already know to do this, or they might say that I've done this 10 times before it works and want to hear about your method. I think we need to remove the ignorance of culture and we start employing new methods and new ways of doing things. I keep reminding
My closing remarks, this discussion and today this research day has just to start and I look forward to what is to come. Okay, so once again, thanks for having me. My closing remarks is that it's full time for us to give agriculture its true identity so that we as a country can achieve food sovereignty.
Stand up and fight for your rights, my brothers. Thank you so much. And my sister, thank you. You have been a wonderful time. Thank you.
Thank you so much again to our moderator, Dr. Sandra Hamilton. Put your hands together for her again. And our panelists, thank you so much. That was indeed insightful. At this time, I know the students have been waiting for this moment. And so I'm going to invite Dr. Lamont, Head of the Department for Educational Studies, who will take us through the student poster competition. After that, we will have our special awards for research papers, so you don't want to miss that. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. Students, you have been waiting from morning And we are ready. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes? Are you ready? No, I don't hear you yet. No. We are ready to have our final scores for the poster competition. The grand finals 2026 for Case Research Day. And so at this point in time, I'm going to call on the students from the Faculty of Science. Faculty of Science, where are you? No, man, no. Listen. This segment of the program is where you are going to relax a little and you're going to realize that research takes action and you're going to enjoy the moment. So let's do that again. Faculty of Science, where are you? All right, not bad. You're warming up. Where are the education representatives? Let's hear you, the lecturers. Right? And no faculty of agriculture, food and agriculture. All right, so we're building our vibes now. We are at this final segment and we have on cue our music man, Mr. Appick. Let's have an applause for Mr. Appick. Yes. All right, so, yes, drum roll again. Let's have drum roll again. Yes. Who will be the winner this year? Will it be the Faculty of Science? Will it be the Faculty of Science? No? Will it be the Faculty of Food and Agriculture? Or will it be the Faculty of Education and Management? No? I see some heads shaking. We are so thrilled to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we had 70 competitors in the poster competition this morning, and our judges worked very hard to determine the top 3 finalists. So, once you make it into the top 3, you are a winner. Yes, because if you were running a chance and you made it in the top 3, the first place will get a gold medal, second place will get what? Silver, and the third place, bronze medal. So you win something. So all the competitors. We want to acknowledge all this and they're here for the sake. Lord Dr. Michelle Black, Dr. Candice Sent. We also have Mr. Decoy Royal. And we have seated there Mrs. Zanita Colbert. And we have Dr. Gentleman, Dr. quickly. Mr. Falu, Dr. Falu. Yes, thank you. All right. So, in this segment, the competitors will be invited on stage to make a presentation. They will have a maximum of 5 minutes in which they will share based on their research, and they will be scored in terms of their delivery, their ability to answer questions that I'm going to be asking them. Yes? All right, Mr. Appick, let Mr. Appick give us some background music. Yes? But Mr. Appick, when I call the names, I want you to go as loud as you can. Blast that music because they're going to have to come up here in style and show us that they're happy to be in the top 3. All right. So, our first finalist. Are you ready to hear the first finalist? If I don't hear that, you know what? I don't wait for the competition. You don't want to hear. You want to hear what? The research title is Comparative Analysis of Pelleted Organic versus Synthetic Granular Fertilizers on Growth and Yield of Hybrid Sweet Pepper Regulation. Let's have a round of applause. Up to the front, up to the front. Right up to the front here. Venetia Bailey. And Tasheen Facey. She's not here? All right, let's sit right there. Do your way at the audience. Look at the audience, yes? All right. Next, our next finalist, the research title, Innovation in Post-Harvest Management and Food Storage for Crisis. And who are these presenters? Brianna Pathway, Deidre Davis, Royce White, and Tavon Pullo. You're with the audience. Yes. All right, good. All right. So you want to hear the next team that has made it to the final? All right, so the title of this research paper is Linking Blockchain Technology to Mitigate Food Supply Chain Risk in Jamaica. Blockchain technology, who are the presenters? Natalia Deere. Yes? Let's applaud them. Right? Okay. Now we have all three finalists. They are looking a little nervous. I think I should tell them to stand up and shake off the nerves. Come on, man, stand up and shake off the nerves. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Shake off the nerves. Come to the update. Find a nice to music and let them move. Right, because you want them to do it, they come up here. Find music to update. Yes. So these are our finalists. Let's have the applause for them. Body researchers from ACE. Yes. Ready now? Yes. All of you are champions and we celebrate you. Ready? Turn to the audience. Face the audience. So you see your bright faces. Let them see you. Some are shy. Turn to the audience. See your faces. Yes. These are our brilliant students and we celebrate them. Yes. Yes. All right. All right. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, we're going to invite the first presenters to come to the stage. Venetia Bailey and Tasheen Facey, and they want to move the music while they come into the stage. Come. Move the music, then Facey your baby. And we're going to ask one of our judges to cue us. So she has 5 minutes. Alright, so you're going to tell us when she can create a representation. So let's have a point, everybody. Yes, take a deep breath. Not easy to come up here and to talk and make just a presentation. Alright, 5 minutes. Tell us when she is free to begin.
My fellow colleagues, members of staff, and members of the panel,
So to make agriculture sustainable, growers have to be able to make a profit. Today, my title is Comparative Analysis of Pelleted Organic Fertilizer versus Synthetic Granular Fertilizer on Growth and Yield of Average Sweet Pepper Revelation. Sweet pepper represents a critical agricultural commodity in Jamaica. Growers of this crop are presented with a dilemma that utilization sweet peppers synthetic fertilizer, which offers a rapid nutrient delivery, but carries a risk of soil salinization, or the ops of organic fertilizer, which enhance the soil resistance, but releases nutrients at a slower rate. This research initiates as a design a certain optimal fertilization strategy. To evaluate this, we cultivated hybrid sweet peppers revelation in a shade-out environment utilizing wash sand as a growth medium. The plants were administered either with pelleted organic or synthetic granular fertilizer at a low, medium, and high application rate, in addition to a control group. Over a 12-week period, we meticulously recorded plant height, plant leaf, biomass, and yield. The collected data was subjected to a statistical analysis using ANOVA and TPHSV. The findings demonstrate that the collected organic fertilizers surpasses synthetic alternatives, significantly moderated application of organic fertilizer results in the plant reaching an average height of 90 centimeters to a twofold increase in the root biomass compared to the synthetic treatments, and an unlimited yield and the yield highest return. In contrast, the synthetic fertilizer exhibit a minimal improvement over the control group, while excessive organic application led to a diminishing return. Therefore, this message is straightforward. A medium-grade organic fertilizer represents an optimal solution. It is not just to facilitate the growth of a taller plant or for the larger harvest, but to cultivate a resilient among Jamaican farmers, enable them to mitigate climate-related challenges and to decrease the reliance on imported goods. Our research indicates that fertilizer selection can certify both agriculture and foundation for economic sustainability.
All right. Okay, so now we are at the impromptu segment, question and answer. So, interesting presentation, yes? What inspired you to explore this research topic? What inspired you to explore this research topic?
Thank you for that question. So based on me and my teammates, we were discussing that why is it that farmers always tend to use synthetic fertilizer more than organic fertilizer? Is that case that the organic fertilizer is more expensive or the synthetic more expensive? But we're wondering, does it give a different result when we use the both of them? And based on our results, it does. So our results show that the organic fertilizer give a way better results than the synthetic, even though persons rely on the synthetic more than the organic fertilizer.
All right, let's have an applause for her response. Let's have an applause for competitor number one, everybody. Applaud her. Thank you very much. Yes. All right. Okay, now so our judges will have the opportunity. They are scoring right there. They're noting all the elements in terms of the presentation. And I must say to you that these students are going to be winning not just trophies. Look at the lovely trophies you see there. And there are certificates for all participants. So I hope this is motivation for all of your students to participate in the case research day. But apart from that, the third place competitors will have $35,000 added to their school fee, a scholarship fund added to their school fee. We also have the second place. Yes, thank you. Competitor will have $45,000 added to their school fee. Those students, yes, the students coming all the money, because the money that you wanted to hear. Yes, $35,000 for third place, plus a trophy, and second place, $45,000 plus a trophy. And you want to hear for the first place? Are you ready? First place. First place will get a trophy. Look at that big trophy there. See there? Yes. The case poster competition trophy. Awesome. And a whopping $70,000. Yes? Applause for that. Added to the fee. So, students, this is something for you to participate in. So let's have a rousing applause for our next finalist. Yes, keep the applause going. We now invite Brianna Pasley, Peter Davis, Royce White, and Tavon Apollo. Let's have them come forward, yes? So the judges will cue you when to begin. So we are telling it to begin. So judge telling it to begin.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, judges, for giving us this privilege to stand here and present our topic or the research topic rather. So essentially, we're evaluating clove and guinea hen weed powders for insect prevention in stored food. So as we know, here in Jamaica, we are very much reliant on food, right? So then there begs the question, what are we doing when we're going to fight contaminated food or to prevent food from becoming contaminated? Here, we're empowering Jamaicans to utilize our natural resources, such as our guinea hen and clove that is naturally found here. So really, our clove is seen to have various components such as eugenol, and our guinea hen weed has the dibenzyl trisulfide that is used to repel insects, etc. This is important in food security because we can prevent losses. For example, you would not have losses that are due to insects being contaminating particular food source. So this is important in that, and it is very critical in times of food disruptions or food systems disruptions, as well as also various shortages in food, etc. So the main objective of our research is to determine how effective clove and guinea hen weed is or are, both combined and individually, in trying to prevent ant infestation. We'll move on to a methodology.
So we decided to do a true research, a true quantitative research design. And so basically about what that is that we have manipulated verbal, controlled verbal, and randomization. So the experiment, what we did was to harvest the guinea hen weed. We dried it in the oven at about 45 degrees Celsius, and we turned both the guinea hen weed and the clove into powders. And we sieve them to ensure even particle size. After that, then we made several test loops. And with different test loops, we had guinea hen weed, clove, and then we had a mixture of guinea hen weed and clove. The aim, as we said before, is to test their effectiveness individually as well as together what's synergistic effect in which both components enhance each other benefit and bring our result in repelling items. So let's take the result. The highest repelling property, but we're expecting that the mixture because we're expecting, as we said before, the aim is really to provide an alternative to synthetic chemicals, right? So usually if we want to preserve or prevent anti-infestation, we turn to anti-form and so forth. But then the question stands is that before health and for the environment. But with the clover ingredients, since they are more natural and they're already found in the environment, and they're able to be consumed by humans, there are safer alternatives to take our food from infestation as well.
Yes, quite interesting. So, let me ask you then, what is the most surprising finding from your research thus far? What is the most surprising finding?
Okay, the most interesting finding from the research, we've actually conducted this methodology twice, and we would have realized that, you know, in a bit of contrast to our expected results, we have seen where the clove has, you know, really high or higher repelling property, really, and we have realized the mix as well, or clove and guinea hen, we're expecting that to be the dominant, you know, mixture. But in going or in continuing, we are going to enhance or improve or guinea hen, or clove quantity within the mixture to, you know, further see how that would, you know, improve our actual goal or to basically prevent the anti-infestation, etc. So that's a very interesting finding. And another is that the part that we used in this research or this experiment was the leaves of the guinea hen. So we're actually going to explore the usage of the roots as well, because our, you know, research or review of literature would have revealed to us that we could possibly utilize the roots as well to basically increase the potency of that. So moving forward, we're definitely considering, you know, doing that to better approach or enhance or, you know, goal or to reach our objective better.
All right, let's have a round of applause for him. Yes. Yes, quite interesting. I will tell you that there are so many individuals who suffer from nasal congestion and all of these chemicals. So I'm sure they will be interested to know that our researchers or young researchers at least might very well be coming up with an alternative. All right, so the judges are scoring the second contestants there. And bear in mind that they are looking at your verbal communication, appropriate for audience, clear, volume, uses lay language, how they are communicating, their body language, eye contact, their ability to connect to the audience in terms of demeanor or professionalism, the timing of the presentations, and of course, the impromptu segment where they had to answer the question. How do you think they're doing thus far in terms of answering the questions? They look like they know what they're doing. True, they did the research. It's not the lecturer doing for them. All right, so let's have an applause for the third set of finalists. Yes. All right, come forward, ladies, come forward. So we have here now Natalia Deer and Joanna Lacey. All right. So with
good evening to the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Fisheries. Good evening
Good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, our research is based on chain technology to mitigate the vulnerabilities in the food supply chain. So, as we all know, Hurricane Melissa occurred last October 28 and hit the island, right? It was obvious that there was vulnerabilities within the food supply chain. As food travels along the food supply chain, the relief supplies were not being sent on time to the western regions, and there was obvious chaos scene, right? Also, we also noticed price volatility was a major issue as well. So we decided, our software engineering class decided, we would come up with a solution for this, which is blockchain technology. Now, blockchain technology is a technology widely used, not just in widely used in other countries like Dubai. They use it in their political systems, and in the United States of America, which usually use in their banking systems and such and so forth. And you're probably wondering, what is this blockchain technology, right? So blockchain technology is a software system that is immutable. This means that once data is input into the system, it cannot be altered, right? So this basically means that if everybody will be able to see what is happening within the system, and it cannot be altered or changed easily. So what this means for the food supply chain is it will prevent and limit fraud and other vulnerabilities within this system, right? So the food gets where it's supposed to get, and this maintains So in a nutshell, with the use of blockchain technology or in the app, we are basically our failures occur and actually start trying to mitigate the shortage of food, which occurs due to the damage caused by the hurricane. And this technology will enable the availability and it will allow the availability or access of food in a dignified manner. Thank you.
Right? Blockchain technology. Interesting. All right. So, ready for a question? Now, if you had the opportunity to continue this research, where would you take it in terms of changing the world? If you had the opportunity to continue this research beyond where you are now, how far would you take it in changing the world?
First of all, I don't know when to this, but I'm definitely thinking about carrying on this research. And I'm not going to think about the world just yet, but I think Jamaica definitely needs this system in place, because we don't want to see what happened last year happen again. We want to be able to mitigate all types of disaster with this, and I think it can be very useful because since we're focusing on technology and growth in this island, security, food security and data security is vital. So yes, I'm definitely thinking about carrying on the research and possibly implementing it with the
government agencies, and it is. All right, applaud everybody. Yes, you know what I like? Let me tell you what I like about these presentations. Do you notice that our students are looking at problems? It is indeed taking action to solve problems, real world problems. All right, so our judges are tallying up their scores. Now, who do you think is the winner? Which team is the winner? Yes, that is some point, right, Matt? Your team. All right, I'm going to invite Mr. Royal at this point in time to come to assist me with the certificates for all the participants while the judges continue to tally. Right? So all of you will be getting something, and I hope next year you will be motivated to participate. All right. So Alexander Facey, applause for Alexander Facey. Oh, I am going to invite promises. Hey, the students want to shake your hand. Come on. And just help us with the certificates. Well, I'm tired of looking so lovely. Yes. So we're going to ask if you can give Miss Dennis and she will do the honors for us. All right, Mr. Facey, congratulations for participating. You are a winner. Yes. Get your photo up. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, you can hold it. Awesome. All right. And now we have Cecil Holgate. Where's Cecil? All right. Applause for Cecil. He's coming. Okay, yes, man. Cecil would not leave. What is smart of it today? It's going to wait patient. Give them applause. Okay. All right. All right. Serena Bedford. Serena coming. Yes. Angelina Sinu. Tori Mahana. Tori Mahana. Romario Harris. Romario Harris. Samoy Watt. Corona Silvera. Corona Silvera. so very much. I don't suppose that, oh, there he is coming. Yes. Keep your applause going for him. Yes. All right. Awesome. Yes.
Blessings are
And I see he knew it. He was the chair of the research committee. You can prepare yourself. We're going to ask you to come and hand out some of these certificates to our prospective researchers. Jessica Williamson. Awesome, yes. Speed up those going hard. All right, thank you so very much, Ms. Dennis. And now we have our acting VP, Yui. Come along, say Yui. He was the chair of the research committee. Yes. All the people who attended this function. So we're gonna have Christine Martin. All right, let's wait till they get this photo off. Yes. Yes. So what the photographer fixing it up? Yes. Your photo up. Good. Yes. Awesome. All right, Alexa Bailey. Alexa Bailey. Here. Clark. Devon Clark. Jordan Scott. All right, Alicia Clark is there. Brock Smith. Hannah Hines. Come on, Hannah. Imani Barrett. All right. Money Davis. Where's Money Davis? Keisha Banks. Keisha Banks. Natalia Deer, one of our finalists, who's waiting out here if she is the winner. Yes, there she is, Natalia. Wait for your photo up. Awesome. Say show you which camera to look at. All right. Patrice Sewell should be coming here as well. Dante Moore. Deidre Davis. Brianna Pasley. Royce Weiss. Tavon Pollock. All right, so now Tavon, yes. Janae Farley. And then, yes. Awesome. Thank you so very much. Stay you. All right. So now, are you ready? Are you ready? We have our results. We have the results here. Yes. The third place competitor is a student from Case. What do you think about that? It's a student from Case, no? Yes, a student from Case. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. 4. I don't. Now come here. And we're going to invite our president to come along for these. The third place. So the third place competitor will get the trophy as well as $35,000 to her tuition. Yes. Look at this camera. Yes. The one there. Yes. Awesome. Keep your applause going. Awesome. Blockchain technology, I will never forget that. Yes. All right. No. Hey. We're getting more. Yes. Second place. You know, these are students from Case. Yeah, second place, they're students from Case. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Venetia Bell. Yes. What does this mean? All right. Congratulations. congratulations, she will get $45,000 to her tuition along with the trophy. Yes. All right. So we know all the winners are now. Wait the song first. Come along, winners. Applaud them. Royce White, Peter Davis, Brianna Casley, Taylor Fuller, Janice Davis, come champion. Come on, they're gonna dance. No, dancing, right? No. Let me see who is going to get in the mood and celebrate. All right, so the president is going to make the presentation today. All right, so it's a big trophy going to all of the negotiations. Hold on to it, all of you. Yes, all of them. Congratulations. They said they're not. I'm sure we're going to find somebody to celebrate much. All right. Congratulations to all of you. Yes, congratulations. So they get $70,000 to their tuition as well, and they'll be able to share it. All right. Let's keep the applause going for Yes, and of course, our three, Natalia here, and also Joanna. Why did you come here as well and get your photo? You didn't get a picture? Come back, Mr. President. Mr. President, we need another picture for Joanna. Come along, Joanna, and get your picture. This is the memories for you to share. We want all of them to have it. She come up and take her picture. Yes. So she'll have it. Yes. And the other guests, once you participate in man, you need to come on this side. This side. Yes. Come over here, Joanna. Grab your pen, hold on. Yes. Look at the camera, yes. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Now, we also have some special awards. Not only for our students, let's have an applause in the meantime for our judges who did an awesome job. Let's applaud the judges. Okay, so I'm inviting Miss Dennis at this point, and she's going to be telling us about some special awardees who are right here from our staff. So we have some staff members who are doing awesome work. Right, so now maybe one of the staff members will actually dance to the music. What do you think? Yes, and I think looking at them, I see some in the audience who might be so thrilled that they move. What do you think, Dr. Hamilton? If it's you move to the music? Yes, looking, yes. All right, so over to Miss Dennis. Come along, Miss Dennis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lamont. Presenting the award for Best Research Abstract. Who do you think it is? Is it Dr. Palwan? Is it Dr. Lamont? Is. Who do you think it is? I will let it Mr. Ewing. All right, no, it's not any of the above. in Balaclava, and she is none other than Dr. Sandra Mountain. So Dr. Sandra, okay, so you have to do something like that. Oh, for the best research abstract. All right. We invite. I'm going to invite Mr. Basil Ewing, Acting Vice President of Academic Programs, to present the award.
Dr. Hamilton doing it there? Yes.
Chinese into it, just how I'm a woman indeed. She's a constant Best research abstract, Dr. Sandra Hamilton. Don't underestimate the strength of a woman. She went beyond the field and she looked at mental health and she tackled livelihood for the farmers in Balaclava, St. Elizabeth. Indeed, she's a champion for farmers in Jamaica. Put your hands together, one more. Dr. Sandra Hamilton, Acting Dean for the Faculty of Food and Agriculture. And now, to the next big one. The President's Special Innovation Award, entitled Innovation in Vitro and In Vivo Evaluation of Moringa Oregano Feed Complex for Sustainable Climate Responsive Ruminant Production. And I now invite Mr. Sean Yates, winner of the President's Special Innovation Award. All right, so Mr. Musician, can you come out? So they so give us something, please. All right. Indeed, boss favorite boss, done favorite done. In research, that is. Bring your hands together one more time for Mr. Sean Yates, President's Special Innovation Award, entitled Innovation in Vitro and In Vivo Evaluation of Moringa Oregano Feed Complex for Sustainable Climate Responsive Ruminant Production. Indeed, one of the best here at SPACE and one who is also champion climate responsiveness. All right, so we also have 2 panelists award that I'm going to invite. I'm going to invite Dr. Lamont to present our panelist, Miss Chevelle Richard, who was a part of our panelists later on earlier, and they put your hands together for Miss Chevelle Richard. Indeed, her contribution was very much insightful, and we thank her. And finally, we have Mr. Nicholas Foster. And he was our student representative on the panel. Oh, buddy, thank you for your stellar contribution to our discussion earlier today. Thank you so much, Dr. Lamont. And this brings the curtain down for Case Research Day 2026. See you next year. Have a good evening, everyone. It was my pleasure to be your host and Miss Denise, and I'm signing out. Thank you so much. All right.